Morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back to our next solo character challenge run with the Thief. It was decided that we're going to be playing as Fairies for our Thief, and Butt's name is going to be Sonic, because apparently we have to go as fast as we can. Well, at least agility-wise. Alrighty, of the remaining solo character challenge runs, the Thief is certainly going to be the most challenging, I dare to say. That is not to say that the other ones are going to be easy necessarily, but the Thief is going to have a major roadblock that will take us quite a long time to get past. So yeah, maybe a quick introduction to the Thief in Final Fantasy V. It actually is an amazing support class. Like, having a Thief in your party is actually really nice. But having a solo Thief? Well, maybe not quite as useful. And unlike the solo character challenge run of the Bard, we are unlikely to find something fancy or interesting that would help us particularly well throughout, well, the encounters and the adventures. The Thief is just the fastest chop class in the game, with a base agility of 40, if I'm not mistaken, 40. However, the strength, unfortunately, is very low. In fact, we have about the same strength as just a freelancer. And this is going to make it rather challenging with the limited access to weapons, which is daggers and boomerangs. So yeah, I already have planned ahead as in what level we want to reach for Carloboss. Going to be level 15, where we on average will be able to defeat Carloboss with 14 hits. No, level 14. Wait, was it level 15 and 7 hits it should be? Why did I say... Oh, well, either way, it's 7 attacks on average, unless we get low damage rolls. We should be able to defeat Carloboss. You're not late indeed. Welcome to you, Tasty Beer TV. I hope you have a nice day. Okie dokie. And there's not a whole lot else to say about the Thief. Our signature abilities are going to be Stealing, as you might expect, and Stealing is, well, a very nice supportive type ability, because you can get a lot of useful items early. It's not necessarily that you can't get some of the items without Stealing, although there are such as well, but for the most part it's just that you can get certain weapons and equipment pieces early. Unfortunately, there's just going to be one spot that is going to be relatively minor, where the Thief can take advantage for himself. Actually, it's going to be two, not just one. I'm kind of mistaken there. The first one is going to be coming up relatively early on, once we enter the water tower, and the second one is going to be at the beginning of World 2. Beyond that, however, there are still going to be useful areas where we will be able to actually steal stuff early that we wouldn't otherwise have access to, and it's going to be kind of necessary. And, well, we'll get to there when we get to there, but let me just put it this way. Biblos we have to take on the same wave with it as a white mage. Well, similar way, let's put it that way. You suspect World 2 will be weirdly smooth going until XF destroys our Thief buddy. Maybe. Maybe. Alrighty. As usual, we just watch the intro. And then I'm going to load the save file that has all the job classes unlocked. And we're gonna do all the settings once we can name Butt. So, there's actually going to be a few things that are going to be very, very nice about the Thief, I dare to say. And I'm looking forward to taking advantage of them. Among other things, we will be able to actually dash and run on, well, in dungeons anyways, so we can move faster, so that's great. But yeah. Zing. Just need to take care of the goblins, and then we move on. As usual, I will be changing into our thief once we arrive at the Wind Shrine. And then I'm gonna get into some more details about it. Also, I guess the straw pull for the Yagg is not in the command. Let me actually set that correct real quick. Also, for butts, because we want to go fast, because Thief is the fastest class in, or job class in the game, the name was chosen as to be Sonic. So here we are. Further, what we want to do is we want to make our background window color dark purple. I hope I'm going to be able to approximate that wish. Also, our main character is going to be Ferris for this challenge. So kind of like most of them. But, well, not all of them. Alrighty. So, config. We set the battle speed to 5, actually. Effectively, battle speed is kind of like your difficulty setting, if you will. If you set battle speed to 1, enemies are going to react before you can even act yourself. They're just going to be going faster. That's the short version. That's not exactly how it works, but it's close enough. Basically, the lower you set the battle speed, well, the more difficult it's going to get. At 5, I don't lose any turns, but if I want to wait for an enemy to take an action, it also doesn't take forever like it does in Battle Speed 6. So 5 is just a good way to go. Also, message speed to be the fastest. The command settings window is short. You saw in the battle just against the goblins, there was the list of commands, which is kind of the tradition in Final Fantasy games. But this has the option for me to just have a short setting, which means up is attack, left is my first ability, right is my second ability, and down is the items during combat. I'm just used to this and it's much more convenient for me. We have memory cursors, so the game will remember what the last action is I selected, both in combat as well in the menu. And I'm gonna make a dark purple out of this. Let's see. What is a dark purple? Like so? I hope that is dark purplish enough. Alright, and with that we are off. Just a few more cutscenes, and then another walk, and then another cutscene, and then we will be into the game proper. So, as mentioned before, the Thief is actually a pretty amazing class to just be support. You don't necessarily want to just have thieves in your party, because then you kind of lack offense. Like, the thief is, as a matter of fact, not much better than the white mage in terms of offensive capabilities. It's a little bit better, especially thanks to having a high agility. Our speed in combat is actually going to be pretty solid. However, our damage output is really lacking. And that will become apparent relatively soon as I can show you the stats. Aside from that, our signature ability is to be able to steal. To give you a brief overview over stealing in this game, you have a flat chance of 30% chance to successfully steal from an enemy. Once you do steal successfully, there is, I think, a 10 in 256 chance that you get the rare steal, and the rest is going to be the common steal. And there is many enemies that have either no common steal or no rare steal. So there's also enemies that have no steals at all, but that's kind of besides the point. Either way, let's say an enemy does not have a rare steal. What can happen... Oh, wave. What can happen is that you successfully steal, but the game tries to give you the rare drop, but there is no rare drop, so you don't actually steal. However, there's not exactly a way to know whether we just don't successfully steal in the first place, or whether the game tried to give us the rare drop. It's just going to be another failure. So in short, if you try to get to a common steel, there's a slightly less than 40% chance to succeed. But that's kind of being nitpicky at that point, I suppose. Hello, welcome to you, Magus. Also welcome to you, the real Beeson. As usual, there's actually no way to run away from these goblins, we just have to knock them out, and Butts also gets to level 2 because of it. That's just how it is. Not really anything we can do about that. Alrighty, and then two other major abilities of the Thief class are, for one, you will never get into a back attack. Like, quite literally, the Thief has your back, and enemies will never back attack you anymore, which is amazing, I would like to point out. On top of that, we will be able to run. So you know how the movement speed in this game is kind of slow? Well, I'm just used to it at this point. Well, it turns out if you have a Thief in your party, you can hold down the B button in order to run. In the Game Advanced version, by the way, you can do that running without a Thief in your party. Well, with a Thief in your party, you kind of get a double run, which is even more extreme, I guess. But yeah, you will actually be able to move at a reasonably quick pace, so that's nice. But that's literally just the movement speed. The speed of which we are going to be, well, running through the game is going to be relatively slow. Oh yeah, the exclamation mark flee ability is one of the first abilities we gain when gaining job levels. And that is very nice because it guarantees us being able to run away in combat. Which is great, since there's a lot of encounters, especially later in the game, that are really difficult to run away from. And, well, with the flee ability, you can just go goodbye. It's great. Oh yeah, actually I'll the save file, so that extra step there didn't matter. Oh well. Okay, and kind of like I did with the Beastmaster, I'm going to just, well, maybe inform you as to what could we steal from enemies that we may encounter. Well, here we have the Dero enemies. The Dero enemies, their common steal is nothing, so you can't get a common steal, but their rare steal is a potion. And shoutouts to basically every enemy in this game here, like, for example, Steelbat as well. Their common steal is nothing and the rare steal is a potion. There is no enemy until the ship graveyard that has anything else to steal aside from a potion. For Stropers, they actually have both a common and a rare steal as a potion, so hey, a little bit of an improvement. Potions for everybody indeed. Worth noting, I actually started like just copying over from the algorithms guide into which enemy has what kind of steal and common steal, and I just figured, that's gonna be a quick thing to do. But then I started organizing them in when I encountered the enemies, in which area and where the bosses are, in order to figure out what we can steal from them. And in the end, I was just kind of thinking, I should have just used Dragondark's list because he has done all that work already. So that's that was my morning. I did mostly that. And it's not even a complete list, because when I finally arrived in World 3 and started to go through the bosses of World 3, like Odin and Triton, etc., I was just like, I'm just gonna stop for now, because we're not gonna arrive in World 3 anytime soon with a thief. Maybe the funniest one is going to be the Wing Raptor, because at the Wing Raptor you cannot normally have a job class yet, without modifying a save file or something like that. However, in this case, the Wing Raptor actually does have a common steal in both forms. You can just steal a potion from it. It's kind of interesting. Also, for a brief, glorious moment, Lena was the leader of the party. Very brief, I suppose. It's one of my favorite songs in the game. You should totally do this challenge with Lena. Well, what are we doing? Well, I guess, actually, getting through the pyramid would be relatively simple. Well, except for the machine head enemies. I would need to sneak by them somehow. But how would you defeat Merugine? Well, I guess we could just break fire rods and put her to sleep, but... Nah, not today. I was considering trying to have Gallof as the leader somewhere, or Lena as the leader, or for the solo challenge. But my stipulation was just always, either if Lena is going to be the main character, I need to somehow be able to deal with Merugine as a low-level character, or I somehow need to be able to deal with the Meteor mini-bosses as a low-level character. Sleepy and Fire. I mean, yeah, but what I mean is like the corresponding chop class. Because otherwise we're kind of missing out on some bosses. Like, it's doable, that's not the problem. That is definitely the way to go there. Well, I suppose also Bolt 3 Sword, you need to level up your characters a little bit, otherwise you don't have enough MP to cast it. Or does Fairies have enough MP for that? She's level 3 when you get her in the party. Might actually have 30 MP. Maybe. I know you can use sleep on a level 1 Kara, Mystic Knight. But that's kind of straightforward. My favorite thing about Mystic Knights is still that they have the same agility as a ninja, which is basically tied for the second fastest job. Mystic Knight is such a crazy good class. Is the Mystic Knight the one who can double swing but takes damage? No. I don't remember any class who can attack while taking damage like a recoil attack. Not sure what you might be thinking of. Either way, we are going to be a thief. Oh boy. Alrighty, let's go through our stats real quick here. To put this into perspective, 28 strength is only slightly above the Freelancer. Very, very slightly above the Freelancer, also very slightly above the Mage class, so well below what I would say average. But it's not the worst, and especially that agility of 43 is a lot faster than a lot of other classes. Like, we had a Black Mage earlier with 25, I think. This is way, way, way faster. So that's going to help quite a bunch. Vitality of 28, well, it's not as terrible as mage classes, but still not great. But well, we can work with it. Magic power, for the most part, won't really matter in any capacity. But yeah, this is what we have to work with. We're gonna save over... what was the last one? This one. Bonus is Ferris is faster than everybody else. For now, yep, +3 agility compared to everybody else's +1 or +2 or +0. The like, thank you. Thank you very much for subscribing for 11 months. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. We were thinking of the Final Fantasy III Mystic Knight. The Dark Knight. Ah, I see. Never heard of that one actually. I should play Final Fantasy III sometime. Wait, I wanted to update the Yaga Monthly command. Did I update the Yaga Monthly command? I did not update the Yaga Monthly command. I'm a doofus. Wow. Magus, you're so mean. You keep confusing the little froggies. Alright. Just picking up 5 potions here, because that's going to be more convenient. Anybody who would like to vote for what we are going to be playing for 12 to 16 hours this Saturday? The straw poll is in chat here with the Yaga Monthly. No! Frogs are friends, not food. Please no eating frogs. Alright, gonna hit this guy once. And then we will, well, just slowly whittle our own allies down. We should have actually unequipped their armor. Galuf also does not have a weapon, so it's going to take a little bit longer for Galuf as well. Entangle? No, don't entangle Galuf, that's just silly. Bonk. The nice thing is, Ferris actually comes with a dagger pre-equipped. You cannot buy those yet, curiously enough. But effectively she already comes with more or less the best weapon for this part of the game equipped already. And it's not just the best weapon for a thief, but for a lot of job classes too. So, well, here we are. And we already gained a level. Because I think... because knocking out your allies in Final Fantasy V means that all the experience is funneled into a single character. Welcome to this game. So we are incredibly weak right now, and even regular encounters can be mildly dangerous, and that's going to be still true until we hit like level 8. So the current goal for grinding was, as mentioned before... Where's my calculator sheet? That's the character template before the calculator. Should be after. Alright, level 15 is our current goal. Hey, we get leather boots. That's a 1 in 16 drop rate from the goblins. That is just 1 more physical defense, and it's not much, but, well, it's more than we had before. It can make a difference. I can dash, that's right, I forgot about this. I'm so used to not being able to dash that I was just walking this entire time. So yeah, thank you for the reminder. Grimer is back. It's only gotta go fast, indeed. So, we have a thing here. As mentioned before, steal has a 40% chance to successfully, well, steal from enemies. Also, we run away when we get paralyzed, because we can't do anything while paralyzed. So steal has a 1 in... Seal has a baseline 40% chance of success, then it is 246 out of 256 to get the common seal, and 10 out of 256 to get the rare seal. I hope I'm not messing up these numbers, because that sounds like something I would do. Either way, yeah, the first real boss that we're going to be encountering is called Carloboss, and the problem about Carloboss is largely that... well, he can paralyze us, and he can put us into critical HP, as in 9 HP or less remaining, and then he can just kill us right after. And there's not really a whole lot we can do about that if we get unlucky. More specifically, we have to get very lucky in the first place in order to be able to avoid that fate. And consequently, level 15 happens to be the level where I get a new attack power threshold from the daggers, as well as one level before that was just the previous attack power threshold for the strength values. So here we are. Also, here you can now finally see where we can walk through the walls. In case you're wondering, how do you ever figure out how to walk through walls? Well, this is how. You have a thief in your party. I actually kind of forgot about mentioning that, because it's not relevant to me for the most part. But yeah, that is actually a very nice ability to have as a casual player who may not know. Also, fun fact, we just leveled up to level 6. We deal less damage than we did at level 5. This is because daggers have a weirdly broken damage formula, where, well, sometimes they give you +1 to your attack power, and sometimes they don't. That's just how daggers work. Also, these guys here are dangerous, because in their second turn, they can use an ability called Arrow, which is effectively the basic level wind attack. And it's going to deal like 70 to 80 damage. So we'd want to have at least that much HP remaining when they go into their second turn, which is why I did not go up onto this floor for training beforehand. However, simultaneously, these are the enemies that we want to encounter compared to any other enemies, because they have a 1 in 16 chance to drop us an elixir. Because we have to cut down on the amount of turns it takes us to defeat Carloboss as quick as possible. So we don't want to take any more turns for healing than necessary. Also worth noting, right now we are level 7. Level 7 is dangerous because if we get attacked by goblins with their goblin punch specifically, the goblin punch is a very strange and unique ability that is blue magic, so your blue mage can learn it themselves. That is basically just a regular physical attack that ignores row, back and front row. However, if an enemy is the same level as the user of the goblin punch, it will deal 8 times damage, ignoring defense. Hey, nice, an elixir already. That's very handy. So, in short, if we run into goblins, I have to basically kill the goblins first. Because right now they would deal like 120 or 130 damage if they use the goblin punch. Until I'm level 8, then they are basically just being back to completely regular enemies. Alrighty, we just leveled up in 2 different ways. I believe we're level 8 now. So, oh, excuse me, we're not level 8. I guess we just leveled up the Thief. So, we just learned the ability Passages, which allows other job classes to see the passages, like, well, the one we see out there, or even one up on the higher floor. So yeah. By the way, it is not until level 9 where we actually deal the same damage again that we did at level 5. And then, curious enough, right afterwards at level 10, we will deal a little bit more damage even than that. But it is not until level 15 where we would reliably be able to defeat enemies in the back row. Hey, another elixir, that's very lucky. Nice. But yeah, we're gonna be here for quite a while. I'm so not used to having to push down the run button anymore, because it's just so nice and relaxed to just walk the entire time. Lucky in this stream? Never. I mean, I'm often lucky, to be fair. But also the previous 2 runs, we've gotten surprisingly unlucky in terms of elixir drops. Or maybe it was just normal luck. And I've always gotten lucky before that. That's entirely possible. Alrighty, I'm just hoping that Arrow does not do too much damage if they use it. Okay, they didn't use it. I mean, it is basically like, what did people say, a 17% chance to get an elixir from the triple Moldwind encounter. So, not too terribly unlikely. Also, we have to go and buy more potions soon. In theory, what I could do as a thief is I could try and steal some potions. But because effectively trying to steal just cost me an entire turn, it's, well, not terribly efficient. Plus, our probability is even less than a 50-50 with 40%, even if I target the correct enemies. So, we're not gonna worry about stealing for now anyways. And, oh no, thank you! Home office is less boring, oh boy. Anna, thank you so much for 37 months of support, that's quite a long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Also, in theory, I would like to kill the white snake first, because they can entangle me and paralyze, and then I have to run away. Otherwise, I wait just a bunch of turns. But because they sit in the back row, I only deal half the damage. So in Final Fantasy V, if you attack an enemy that is in the front row, you deal 100% damage with your physical attack. Unless your physical attack has like a special property that ignores a roll, well, you basically deal half damage to enemies sitting in the back row region, so to speak. And white snakes just have a 1 in 3 chance to use their entangle move in order to, well, paralyze us. And how paralyzation and recovering from paralyzing exactly works is actually kind of a mystery to me. Apparently level factors into how long you are paralyzed by a very specific amount. But that's kind of the extent of what I can glean from the algorithms guide, because I don't think the algorithms guide properly explains it. Do I ever record commercials? No. I'm not a voice actor. That sounds difficult, but then again, the most difficult thing about voice acting, I feel like, would be to just keep up the proper routine to do all the exercises and do the proper things, and then also actually finding work. Welcome to you, Pern. How are you doing today? Also, welcome to you, and Beyond Chaos. What kind of microphone do I have? It's a Rode microphone. R-O-D-E. It's a microphone that I put through a sound interface thingy. The SIS Scarlet 2 or something like that. Kind of an old model by now, I suppose, but, well, it has served me quite well, even if it's a bit janky at times. Thank you. But yeah, voice acting is a lot of work to do it proper. Okay, we're going to town here just to mainly buy a bunch of potions. And yes, that sounds about right, Globe. I know, to be fair, I do know very little about it in the first place. I do just kind of know that it is quite a tricky thing. And honestly, I've kind of contemplated in it quite a bit. But it always sounds really intimidating too, because... well, let's put it this way, I do not have much self-confidence or self-esteem, so... yeah... Okay, we have a bunch of... hey, fun fact, Butts gets revived when you have nobody else aside from Ferris alive going into town. Okie dokie. And we go back. Level 15 actually should be surprisingly fast, just because we can run in this dungeon and get into encounters literally twice as fast as usual. This is so weird. I should have hit Butts here. Also, you see how much faster Fairies is compared to Butts. She gets about 1.5 turns for Butts getting 1. So the agility is very, very noticeable here. Yeah, I have huge respect for people like trying to either get into voice acting work or just doing it, or just even having the confidence to go for it. Because I think it's really neat. I think it's a pretty interesting concept. Alrighty. While we're here, I think it is time to go ahead and take care of the first mini-boss. He's the main reason why I decided to turn into a thief before we even complete the Wind Shrine. I mean, this mini-boss is not really anything particularly interesting. I dare to say the only character that made this mini-boss interesting here with the Wing Raptor is actually the Berserker, because the Berserker would always continue attacking. Alrighty, welcome to Wing Raptor. It only has like 250 HP. However, the curious thing is, even though you in regular play never can get any jobs before you encounter this guy, he actually still gives you 5 ability points, as well as he actually has something to steal, which is quite interesting. Also Breath Wing, 25% of our maximum health and damage, so if he uses that 4 times, we are dead. Also, once he closes his wings, he is now, well, he has a lot of physical defense. You actually still can technically damage him. But also, fun fact, this form here and his open wings form are 2 different monsters technically, so I could actually steal a potion from this guy, and I could, in theory, steal a potion from the open wings form. Also, I should probably have used a potion, because another Breath Wing will kill me here. I did not keep track of how much damage I dealt, so I don't know how close it is to knocking him out. Oh, was just 1 more. Fair enough. Alrighty, he always drops a Phoenix down, so that's nice. And, well, we continue grinding. Continue running in circles until we are done running in circles. Sending his voice clips and demos everywhere. Yeah, that makes sense. Couple of crypts. You need an acoustic treated room, which is impossible for anyone not owning an own house or dumping massive money into acoustic stuff. Yeah, I think Gomorrah, to my knowledge, what most people tend to do is they like clean out the closet or something like that and just have the walls lined with foam and such in order to have a proper recording environment. Like, this is... I'm in a relatively small room, but it is not what I would consider a proper recording environment for the best quality. Or alternatively, what you can try, from what I've heard, is you can put like a bath towel over your head in order for that to dampen the impact, but that sounds like... that sounds like a lot of pain to go through. Yeah, there is actually a voice acting website thingy, agency online, that I have in fact even signed up, but as I said, I've just been looking at a few ones, but I never ended up submitting anything. That is... I think it's Casting Call Club, if I'm not mistaken. I get telling you about products, or reading Lord of the Rings to you. Yeah, sounds difficult, but... I mean, if I get an opportunity and somebody asks me for it, I wouldn't mind trying. But it is a lot of, well, daunting work. You'd love to give it a shot, you'd love to see projects like Dax at Sweden. Yeah. There's also online classes for learning how to voice act and stuff. So that might be something I should take as well sometime, but right now I'm just trying to pay my bills, so not like I have too much money left over for those things. You have considered dynamic mic. You have a condenser dynamic mic. The condenser picks up a farting flea from the kitchen using a mechanical keyboard, so... Let's see. At least you'd be cozy. Maybe. Thank you. Dude. Thank you. Oh, dude. I think I always add an extra dude in there. Either way, thank you so much for subscribing for 34 months. That is quite a long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hello, and welcome to you, Gregory. I hope you have a nice day as well. So selling pet food isn't the most calming. Oof. You'd invest in a teacher if pandemic and money allows. Yeah. Elixir. One thing I do know is that good microphones are really nice to have. My microphone is pretty good overall. It's not the newest, but it's sufficient for most things. And when I was still in Japan, we had Dungeons and Dragons sessions with our DM over there, and he has such a nice voice for just acting out the characters and doing these kinds of things. And unfortunately he does not have a good microphone, so when we do the D&D sessions nowadays just online, it just doesn't, wow, another elixir. It just doesn't come across as well, which is a shame, because I really like that. Build it up. And thank you, and Beyond Chaos. Jumping in price for something better is just crazy. Very possible, yeah. For me, the investment into a condenser microphone was just kind of the next natural thing to do. Because my old microphone, it was serviceable, but, well, at some point, it just kind of, well, the headphones died. So I was just looking for an alternative, so I was looking for something people would suggest to me. And a friend suggested to me the Rode microphone, and well, that's kind of what I've had ever since. The main downside of this microphone I have is I probably haven't set it up properly, which is why whenever I'm in Discord, I'm super quiet. And I'm not really sure what to do about that. Like, I can have a microphone boost or a booster from the SIS Scarlet device here, but it actually distorts the input voice. So if I boost my microphone, I actually do that via OBS here, which does not distort the voice, but the mechanical device itself somehow distorts it, which is... yeah, microphone gain, there we go. That's the correct term, isn't it? Yeah. Let me actually see, cause... Here, Casting Call Club is what I actually originally signed up for, and I've just not been... I just never dared to even really try. But you might want to look at that, Kimura. That could be something global. That might actually be something interesting to you. Road maps aren't too bad. Yeah, I feel like this one is pretty solid. But as I said, I feel like I just have set up not necessarily right. Plus, one thing I do know is I'm supposed to have the microphone hang like upside down in front of me, but I actually have it, well, the normal way around. Yeah. RPDE Procaster. Yeah, for reference, I'm literally touching the pop filter with my nose right now. Which is hanging literally loose in front of my microphone because the pop filter holding thingy just broke off at some point. Proximity effect for deeper voice. Yeah, that's part of it. The original reason why I had the microphone this close is because it was just way too quiet otherwise. And at this point I'm just used to it too. I never went up to get the crystals, did I? I probably should do that sometime. Tangle? Oh no. This is why you should knock out Moltwind first, that way it doesn't cast Aura on you and cost you a ton of HP. Or even knock you out if you're unlucky with multiple entangles in a row. Then again, it would be even better if I could knock out the White Snake first. But I don't deal enough damage as the Thief. Not with physical attacks yet. By the way, that hidden pathway in the bottom right there, that is a chest that has a rod in it. Nothing terribly interesting or spectacular. But yeah, cutscene. More jobs, yay. Yep. And we also get the thief job here. Wait. Dynamic microphones want to be eaten. Literally in your face. I have to admit, I don't really know what a dynamic microphone is. Let's see, what is a dynamic microphone? Dynamic microphones, thus, are microphones that convert sound into electrical signal by means of electromagnetism. They fall into two categories, moving coil and ribbon microphones. I'm not sure that really. It's just different technology, I guess. So is the condenser microphone a dynamic one, or is that just kind of the separate category? Dynamic need to be really close, but are almost indestructible and don't pick up noise in the room. I see. Oh, I see. Yeah, actually, my microphone doesn't really pick up anything in the room for the most part. Knight, Black Belt, Blue Mage, Thief, Black Mage, and Black Belt, or about Monk, I suppose. The crystals are lending us their power, indeed. A condenser needs phantom power? Oh, what does that mean, if I may ask? Because the thing I'm using is basically just power through the USB thing alone. Which, to be fair, I have... Wait, do I? Where's the... Oh yeah, I have it directly in the laptop here. Condenser is a conductive membrane that vibrates from sound wave. The vibrations change the capacitance across the membrane, which results in voltage changes. I see. Yeah, it uses an XLR cable. These voltage changes are used to capture the digital sound wave. I see, I think I get it. Well, on the baseline anyways. Preemptive strike. It's so nice never getting into a back attack. I don't have to worry about it. Also, in case you're curious about Garchimazras, yes, it prevents back attacks from them too. And if we ever get there today, which probably we will, we actually can get an Elf Cape early as a thief, very easily. By the way, will HP growth be a problem with the thief? Well, let's put it this way. It's going to be slightly more than the Black Mage earlier, but it's not gonna be great. HP, or maximum HP, is going to be a concern, most certainly, in order to survive certain things. But at the same time, well, actually, no, that's a good point. Basically, maximum HP is the biggest concern for a while anyways, so it is a little bit of a problem. So higher vitality would help to be able to get past certain roadblocks earlier. Because that one roadblock, the Biblos roadblock, is mainly going to be a maximum HP issue. So it's not as much as Thief has particularly low HP, it is just okay, slightly below average I suppose. But higher would definitely be useful. If you ever want to get into technical details of macro, there's a recently I just series on YouTube, Eve Blog 602, Introduction to Microphones. Oh dear. Thank you, Necromancy Black. I do appreciate that heads up. Honestly, a large portion of the problem for me is with that kind of thing is I'm interested, but it's also a lot of work on top of all the other things I'm already just kind of doing. So that's kind of the main concern for now anyways. Yeah, honestly, I'm really happy with how it overall works right now with my microphone. And I'm also happy that I usually have people I can ask in case there's like questions coming up for those things. A lot of these topics are just deep dives to try and get what you want out of them. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Because it's kind of like, how to put it? Let's say you want to just know what a word means in a language. But you can't just look up the word, you just have to look up the dictionary from the wrong end of things. And eventually you figure it out, but that's kind of how it feels for these kinds of problems. Then again, I wouldn't mind getting more into sound design myself to an extent. Or like audio engineering, because I think that is pretty interesting overall. But it's going to be pretty tricky to find an opportunity for that. Once the mic is set up and you don't move it or alter the settings, you're set. Yeah, it's just kind of the little things that I feel like I would like to be able to adjust. Like, sometimes it seems like my microphone is louder and less loud, but I feel like that has more to do with how I have my entire system via laptop and Windows etc. set up rather than anything else. Hey Baron Haynes, welcome! Hello! I hope you're doing well. By the way, ladies and gentlemen and everybody else, if you like emotes and if you like nice art and cute things, make sure to follow Baron Haynes, who created actually a lot of the emotes we have here. So, highly recommend. Pretty awesome guy. Hey, another elixir. Nice. In case anybody has joined us more recently, the current goal to grind to is level 15. We're level 12, so it's still going to take a while. But level 15 is where we can defeat Carloboss in, on average, 7 attacks. Unless we get unlucky. Like, it's literally just average is 7 attacks. 6.99 is what my calculator says. When you start getting into trying to eliminate electrical hum or audio delay on your system. For audio delays and stuff, I actually have mostly software solutions. OBS allows you to set a microphone delay, which by the way, I should probably recheck that sometimes, but you know how I like to sometimes hum along the music? And at some point I was actually highlighting and noticed, wait a second, I'm completely off. And so I adjusted the audio delay in order for me to, well, be in sync with the music appropriately. And a convenient thing is actually you can set a negative delay, which I assume just does some magic via OBS that it actually works out to be just negative delay, even though I don't think that makes much sense. And thank you for the good luck, Baron Haynes, I can definitely use it. But yeah, I do think that the voice acting as well as the audio and microphone related talks are pretty interesting, so thank you everybody, I do appreciate those. It just said a few hours of negative delay, and the stream will accommodate itself. I'm not sure that's how it works. Ah. Oh, actually, it does do enough damage to knock out a white snake. I thought that was not enough. I was wrong. So actually, we can knock out white snakes first now. Good. So the priority system goes white snake, so they don't paralyze us, then Moldwind, so they don't knock us out in the second turn, and then whatever else is left. We work in an extremely small game dev team, and one of the many jobs is audio, and the whole thing is an unimaginable big rabbit hole that seems to go on forever. Yeah, I absolutely believe it. Honestly, one of the things I personally just... what's the word? Inadvertently pay the most attention to in video games is actually sound design. I love good sound design in games. All those little things just kind of make a lot of the game work for me, and I also feel like it's one of the... what's the word? One of the least rewarding activities, because if you do really good sound design, it is going to be virtually invisible in most cases, because sound design often only occurs to people when playing games if it's not right, or if it's just not good enough. But let's take a game like Celeste. Celeste has incredibly amazing sound design, just kind of across the board, where it just works really, really well. And yes, Subnautica has really, really good sound design too. Definitely very true. Audio stuff honestly seems like you're always chasing something. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting point. I do feel like it can be pretty much always better than what you currently have if you just tweak it slightly better. It is indeed quite a rabbit hole. Yeah, I'm not even necessarily talking about music, like literally just environmental sounds and how sound works for like simple things. Footsteps. Footsteps is one of my favorite topics in video games because I love when footsteps just sound good when you walk around. Music is of course a big deal about that as well. That is very true. You have a lot of fun with sound design. Fitting in extra layers of music and stuff happening with things like that. Yeah, that's nice. I have so much respect for people that can just tweak it until it works. Because if I've learned anything from, well, having done programming in the past, then I know that it is always more complicated than it initially looks. Always. Even if it initially seems like it's simple. And I feel like that holds doubly true for sound design. So much to think about with sound. Oops. You just need an idea, don't play a million notes, which sounds uninspiring. Yet you're very beginning here, you cannot do that much. Time is no constraint. Ah, that's nice. Because I should attack the white snakes. I'm still in the mode where Fairies, in my mind, does not deal enough damage to backline snakes in order to knock them out, but, well, apparently I'm wrong about that. So I should attack the snakes first. In this case, it doesn't even matter who I attack first, because I have a preemptive strike. Which I believe is 2 in 16? Also, by the way, we did actually gain a few more levels in Thief, and another ability we had at level 3 is Dash, so if we equip that on another character, we could just run around in the dungeon like I'm doing right now. But more importantly, we have Escape. Escape allows us to, well, automatically escape from battles. That's it, that's kind of all it does. Which, that's not gonna be useful for a while. Outside one specific instance, anyways. And yes, with a Thief, you actually avoid all back attacks. It's impossible to get back attacked as long as you have a Thief in your party. It's one of the biggest features of a Thief, in my book. It's why, whenever I have a Thief in my 4-job Fiesta party, it's just great. Unless I have a Thief and then a White Mage and then something I can't get. Because then you have to deal with Biblos with White Mages and Thieves. You got to do audio sync before, but never for actual gameplay relevant stuff. I should attack the snakes first. I've been working on music for a clock tower area. Single moving objects. That sounds awesome, Azur. Those are basically the attention to detail things I absolutely love in games. Like, there's actually been a number of times where the stuff in games just does not quite line up with the beat of the music, and it's just unfortunate because just delaying the sound effects very slightly or speeding them up slightly would just sync them up with the music, and I feel like it would just add to the atmosphere. Composing music, that's, to me, a crazy beast that I would not even know how to approach. It's a pain in the butt. Yeah, well, to be fair, that's true. I know why. It is a lot of work for seemingly very little gain. But to me, sound design is also one of those aspects that, if done right, it just kind of adds so much to the appearance of polish to a game. It has to evolve well. Yeah, especially if you need to, like, evolve the tracks and change them up. Can be rather tricky. Yes. A bigger team does not necessarily make that easy. That is very accurate. And of course it also takes like 5 years to make a game. Yeah, very true, isn't it? I wonder whether there would be like a just general way / meta system that could be implemented in some capacity that would make these kinds of communications and design things easier. Alrighty, we're level 13. Not too much more experience left until level 14, and then one more level, and we are done here for now. I do believe we have enough elixirs, so we don't need to worry about those, which is also quite nice. Just kind of as a general thought. You know how certain things are just animated the way they are in games, where the characters are just doing their idle animations and like bobbing maybe a little bit? Maybe that bobbing could be governed by a certain, like, variable. Let's call it rhythm. So they might have like a certain rhythm variable, and consequently, depending on the area, then the rhythm variable might get set to different values in order to, well, dynamically adjust the bobbing of the idle characters. Which, I suppose, unless you're doing it really well, that might look really weird. But just kind of a general thing, because in theory, if done well, you can adjust that for basically everything. Some random variants. I mean, my main idea was just kind of to sync it up a little bit with the music, like just very subtly so, not necessarily making it the main focus. I don't really know whether that would even work out well in the end. And even if it did, sounds like a lot of work. Again, a lot of work for probably not a whole lot of game. Van the Wolfman, thank you! Thank you very much for 20 months of support. Welcome back. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. There are little details, like in Axiom Verge, the health bar pulse is in sync with the beat. Nice. I really like these kinds of things. One of the things I see in video games once in a while is where there's footsteps in the game, but they are not well synced to the foot actually hitting the ground. Or it just is slightly off and it's like, ah, come on. Or the footsteps are just, well, missing, which is more common, I suppose. Or maybe the animation of the foot hitting the ground is just... It doesn't look like it would make that kind of sound, if you know what I mean. When it's like very soft animations and the foot is hitting the ground very slowly, it doesn't make a loud, like, reverbing noise either. Oh well, I just really like details, okay? Your last game, Copy Kitty, the low health beep flash is linked up to beat and key of the music, which has been pretty popular. Nice. That actually reminds me a bit about Super Mario World, where the music just adds that extra little bit of beat to it when you are sitting on a Yoshi. I feel like something like that can work really, really well if done well. Even if it's like an indicator for, hey, you're low on health. Rather than the obnoxious beeping of like A Link to the Past, for example. There's also one late game area where all the environment animations are synced to the music. The character's idle animation is foot tapping to the beat. Aww. Only one area? But that sounds awesome. Like in Monster Hunter World, when you successfully mount the monster, a bunch of additional percussion kicks in. Nice. That's great. I think we just hit level 14. One more level. The war theme in Mario 64 does that too. There's a great backing beat when you reach the cave. Oh, water theme. I actually did not know that. It's been a long time since I played Mario 64. That's nice. Oh, another elixir. Nice. Wait, there does tons of more stuff with it, yeah. That's kind of what I mean with... It is a bit of a case where it's kind of a bit of a thankless job in a lot of cases, because often people don't even know this. Like, as much as I like these things, I've only really started paying attention to them in recent years, so I had no idea about Mario 64 or, well, I suppose more recent Nintendo entries. Then again, I haven't exactly played a lot of more recent ones either. I mean, yeah, if you just throw enough stuff on the wall, eventually something will stick. Kind of sounds like how that works. Again, music or creating music sounds like a difficult, like, beast to me. To make something that works well. Yeah, never played Mario Galaxy, to be fair. Aquatic Ambience in Donkey Kong Country 1. Yeah, I think Donkey Kong Country is another game that has really good sound design overall. But then again, they had to work with additional limitations with the hardware that was kind of making it even more ridiculous that they pulled off a lot of things that they did. Kind of impressive, to say the least. Thief! That reminds me of Link's Awakening. At here, thank you so much for the 500 bits of food, I really appreciate those. And thank you for the good luck. I'm sorry. Good luck, and eventually get the chicken knife? Yeah, once we get the chicken knife, it's going to be a lot nicer. But it's not gonna be an automatic win at that point. Well, might be, I suppose. I actually haven't quite figured out yet how much level we will need in order to get past XDEF at the end of World 2. I've only gotten up to Biblos, which is going to be like in level 38 or so. Oh, wow. Yes, Globo, that is very true. Have you seen the sound design of Tales of Fantasia for the Super Nintendo? That stuff is just ridiculous. Especially just kind of how they made the music work for that system. It's crazy. And thank you for the 333 happy rabbits, Gomorrah. Thank you for the good luck. Can definitely use that. Right, in your current game, you want every major character to have some instrument motive associated with them, and then we'll fade in whatever the current song is, whatever they're talking. I see. Well, that sounds very ambitious. Best of luck to you, Azur. And Azur, if you don't mind, if you ever do any like updates for like your game, like you make a tweet or something like that, I would be curious about this. Because I do really appreciate just kind of looking at people developing a game and just keeping progress and track of what they're doing. Even if it's not something I'm necessarily going to be interested in playing myself, I kind of like doing that. Or just kind of following some progress. That it's some kind of voodoo magic to get all that stuff working in TOP. Yeah, that sounds about right. Trying to work with NES music might be worth a shot for beginner. I don't know. We have 3 channels and 1 for noise. Yeah, that sounds difficult to me, but I don't know. I feel like... So my first... If I wanted to make music, I think my first approach would be just going on, like, brilliant.org, for example, to look up how to make music, because I have no idea where you would want to start. Hello, Blood, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Yeah. I think the important thing to realize about making music, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. This stream is sponsored by Brilliant. Well, not really. But I do appreciate that stuff. I've actually never even looked at Brilliant myself. I just know it exists. But that's just kind of my first thought, so I suppose their advertising worked on me. You're fine? You're fine. Okay. I hope you're going to do amazing today. That would be nice. It was fun though. Nice. Xbox Game Pass? No, that was just Battletoads. Which, by the way, I still have some Xbox Game Pass codes. I don't know whether they still work, but I still have a bunch if anybody wants some. Oops. For 1 month each. Again, I don't really know whether they still work or not. I just received a bunch and never managed to distribute all of them. Steve, you missed yesterday. But you're glad you make it here. Welcome to you, King Smashington. Also welcome to you, Dragon Dark. I hope you're doing well. The old problem, music theory alone doesn't make you great. Need to practice, right. But I would guess at least music theory gives you a starting point on how to even approach it. I think anyways, I don't know. Never really tried. Giveaway time? What? Theory is small for toolbox. Right. You don't have any tools in your toolbox then. You need to get some, I suppose. The poor thief can steal so many fun toys that she can't use over the course of the game. Yeah. There's going to be a bunch of stuff that we can steal, but most of the things that are interesting to steal, well, are just not for a thief. Another elixir. How many elixirs do we have? 11. Wow. To be fair, we've been running around in here for quite a while, but I feel like that is still above average. Like, for me, it's kind of a similar case of voice acting, for example. I have a bit of knowledge about voice acting, but I'm not exactly practicing. Well, to be fair, I've been trying to be better about using my voice properly for when I'm streaming and reading stuff that is like in the games and on stream. So I'm trying to apply it, but at the same time, it's not exactly that specific, I suppose. Plus, I don't really know that much. It's just kind of more like knowledge based on happenstance, in a sense, if that makes sense. If you have a hammer, you can hit things with it. But without nails or lumber, you're just hitting things. Which may be the entire point of using the hammer, depending on what your goal might be. Hello. Welcome. One, two, three, four, five. Probably 6 and 7 in Dev 2 sometime. What kind of music does that end up being? My first instinct was to say death metal, but that's not exactly accurate, is it? I just don't understand it. But that doesn't mean it's inherently bad. Then again, there's actually a bunch of, like, screamo and death metal songs that I like quite a bunch. Learning to improvise on guitar can only can do very blunt stuff, but a note alone can be so different. Silent, more loudly. actually when the string, just let the note ring out or mute. So many things. That sounds about right. Wouldn't think the hitting things with the hammer just be percussion? Well, percussion, drums, depends on what you're hitting with it, and when, and how far. Also, if you're hitting something with a hammer too hard, you might not be able to hit it again for the same sound effect. Also, we are level 15, that was surprisingly fast. I say surprisingly fast because I actually have no concept of how fast it is supposed to be. Then again, I'm pretty sure that being able to dash in the dungeon kind of cuts down on the grinding time quite a bit. Finally, some boss time. Almost. We still need to watch the cutscenes, stock up on potions, and go through the usual old tasks. I don't know whether I like dubstep. I actually have no concept. Which is strange. Well, I mean, let's compare it to something... How to put it? I guess it's a bit like humor. Some people might just not understand certain types of humor, like, well, I'm probably a good example of that. There's just a lot of types of humors, like butt jokes and fart jokes and all these kinds of things that I just don't get it. It's not funny to me for the most part, but, well, other people find it funny. I'm not gonna take that away from them. But at the same time, it's like, I don't understand, but I hope you enjoy your time. Oh yeah, I also don't like to hear a lot of music. That's another thing. Then again, I do have weirdly sensitive ears. Dun, 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 dun. Some people like puns, some people hate the fact they like puns. I like that one. Nice. So I'm going to go out at the entrance of the city, because that is when Ferris is going to join us again, and then I have a thief in my party again. Because right now I don't have a thief, so I can't run. And my errands are gonna be slightly faster with a thief. Metallica? I think there's a bunch of Metallica songs that I like, but personally, like AC/DC, I don't get it. Just not my thing, I suppose. But then again, there's a lot of covers from AC/DC, or, well, people that cover AC/DC that I really like a lot. Like, there's a lot of really good stuff in there, to say the least. As long as no rickrolls come in. I mean, I actually like the rickroll music. Even if it's just, if that's not necessarily the intent. I think that's good music. That's actually kind of an interesting point for me personally, where rickroll is one of these things where I had no idea what was going on, like the first 20 times I clicked on the link and I got another link to that YouTube video. I just didn't get it. Probably took me actually a while longer until I finally understood. And I was just confused, because it doesn't make sense. Unless you know the story behind it, or you just roll with it. I'm notoriously bad with just rolling with it traditionally. Either way, I never minded getting linked to these, but when somebody promised me a new trick in a game that I was interested in, it was like, ah, come on. But hey, it's at least good music. Alright, we sell the ether and everything else, and we buy potions. Up to 99, because that's as many as we can carry. And that will be all we are looking for. You're no beginner, Yaga, borrowing that poor beginner's house. I'm beginning an adventure. Let's roll with that, okay? More like a joke if you can get 2 other people to click on the link. I suppose. Yeah, if you say... if you go into the beginner house and she asks you, are you a beginner? And you say no, she just punches you so hard, you fly out the door and into the tree outside. It's glorious. By the way, fun fact, you can dash in this area here too. Even though you are on a ship, you can actually go faster thanks to the thief ability. It's kind of funny. Rickroll was bad back in the day when you were downloading anime over MIRC and it took a while. Yeah, especially with the old connections. That sounds like it would be pretty annoying overall. Right, we need to knock out our buddies here. Before we do anything else, then we save and then we go. Alright, Galaf, good night. Also, Banter S. Like everything else, if you steal from them, you get potions. Body blow. Ouch. A lot of damage there. And goodbye. Okay. Can't save on the ship, so I have to save next to it. Alrighty, let's get to it. Fun fact, in the enemies in this area here also only steals a potion. Actually, no, I think you don't steal anything from these guys. Either way, these enemies in this area only ever attack fairies or Lena. They never attack Butts or Galaf. So if your only character alive is Galaf or Butts, they just don't do anything. It's kind of weird. And welcome to the reason as to why I leveled up to level 15 already with a bunch of elixir in tow. This is Carloboss. Carloboss has 0 defense, so we just deal the damage we deal. And also Carloboss has a total of 650 HP. On average, we will need to attack him 7 times in order to win. And thanks to the thief being pretty fast, we're actually going to go decently fast compared to Carloboss. He has a speed of 30, we have a speed of 43, so pretty good difference, to say the least. However, the big difficulty about Carloboss is that, well, in the first turn, he has a 2 in 3 chance to attack us with a physical attack and paralyze us. And the paralyzation is going to last for quite a long time. So we just hope that he does a regular attack instead. Other than that, we just hope he does not use Tail Screw the next turn. Tentacle, which would paralyze us again, does not actually reapply paralyzation. Curiously enough. So that's convenient. Also, he is back in turn 1. So next one is going to be a possible tail screw. So tail screw is the attack that puts us into critical HP. So he could do this next turn and we would be guaranteed that if he does. He didn't. Not yet anyways. Either way, eventually we might get a turn again. He just keeps using the paralyzation attack. So this can also be a thing. There we go. Unless he uses tail screw again right here, we're dead. Ha, he did use it. Okay, we're still alive somehow. Alright, so this is kind of the problem about this battle. He can paralyze us, he can put us in critical HP, so basically no matter what our HP is, he can effectively just combo us and we're dead and there's not much we can do about that. The best thing I can do is just attack as much as I can and heal whenever I need to heal because, well, that's that. This is why we need elixirs. We can't invest time, rounds to heal with regular potions because they only heal for 50. We just hope he does a regular attack, which is a 1 in 3 chance in this case, 1 in 3 chance in this case, which actually doesn't matter because I'm paralyzed anyway. So 1 in 3 chance that I can move. Well, I have to heal here. Because next turn is a 2 in 3 chance to paralyze and 1 in 3 chance to do a physical attack. Okay. Then next turn, it's just a 1 in 3 chance for each of his moves. Attack, tail screw, or attack stun. Wow. Alright, I'm still alive somehow. Sure. Next turn is a 2 in 3 chance to stun. So this is just kind of how this goes. And hey, we get to attack. That is our 4th attack, in fact. We just need 3 more. And we are fast enough to actually go twice after we recover from a stun. It's kind of a unique ability of the thief, so to speak. So many elixirs used already. Wow. Tentacle. Alright, I think this is turn 1 again, so 2 in 3 chance. Actually, it doesn't matter what he does here. Next, it does matter what he does. Tail screw, I have to heal again. So here's the thing, what I could do is I could hope he uses tail screw twice in a row and attack instead. But on average, it is more likely that I will survive if I just heal every time instead. Then again, I was able to move and then... Ah, actually... No... I can attack twice after I recover from a stun. But elixir actually costs you a tiny bit of time to use it, like ATB time. So I think I would be too slow otherwise. Okay, we need another one where he is... Actually, I don't think he's in the correct turn order. Yep, we're just dead. Alright, we managed to deal 468 damage. Not quite enough, but this is just kind of the likely outcome. Let's put it this way. The odds are stacked against us. We just hope we get by eventually. This was overall a pretty decent attempt. And honestly, a thief with this much speed is pretty solid. That is actually a huge asset in this case. While we deal very low damage because of our low strength, and we need quite a lot of attacks to be successful here, the high speed actually allows us to attack once more at the very beginning of the battle than most other classes can that have less than 30 agility, and also we are allowed to attack twice after getting unparalyzed, which is kind of unique. At least you assume elixirs are easy to come by as a thief, but you don't remember. They are to an extent, but not until a little bit later. Also, welcome to you, Rakadactylus. I hope you're doing well. Do I need to have any elixirs after this fight? I would like to have some, but it's not that big of a deal if I use up all of them, because I can farm more of them in the next section, if desirable, or necessary, so to speak. Okay, that was turn 2 from him. Well, it's very nice whenever he does a physical attack, because I can then just attack back the next time. Also, I'm pretty sure those are low damage rolls. Turn 2. Right, he needs to use another tail screw, otherwise we are dead. And tentacle. Okay. So this is his traditional combo. Stun, critical HP and dead. By the way, we can't technically resist his tail screw attack. It does have a 99% baseline chance of hitting. However, the level difference between us and Carloboss is 10 levels. So it's basically 99% minus 10, so we have a roughly 11% chance to resist tail screw. So we're not automatically dead if he uses it, it's just very likely we're gonna be dead. Once you get past it, you don't have to wonder much about Liquid Flame. Yeah, Liquid Flame is not usually a big deal. But Carloboss is mostly just annoying because you don't have many tools in your tool bag yet with the classes in order to get past him. Like, you can't really be creative with your strategy. Either you have a good tool to deal with Carloboss or you don't. So it's just like, well, let's try until it works. I'm so not used to being able to attack before Carloboss attacks. It's kind of strange. Tail screw. We have to heal because next turn he is guaranteed a physical attack with or without stun. 2 out of 3 times it's... Oh, actually, oh, we're faster than that? That's amazing, actually, which means we probably rolled a -1 speed. Also, he needs another tail screw here. Oh, okay. That's very interesting. So, basically, what I'm seeing here is kind of an interesting case of an enemy's variable speed making ever so slightly an impact. So in the previous attempt, whenever we recover from a stun and then got to take a turn, we could attack twice, but we could not use an elixir in those 2 turns. However, this time, we can, as a matter of fact, if he rolls low on his speed stat, we can use both an elixir and heal. However, we need to get that 50-50 that he has a -1 agility rather than a +1. Well, speed, not agility, I suppose. And yes, Carloboss is trivial in a non-solo character game, because you have multiple characters, and if somebody is stunned and at low HP, you just throw them a potion. What's the easiest and hardest solo class for Carloboss? So the hardest is probably White Mage. Just ask Magis. It took him like 14 or 17 hours in order to get past Carloboss with solo Lena White Mage. I think I managed to get by there in just like 7 or 8 hours. Yeah. Honorable mention goes to... What was it? Level 16 or so Summoner? Fairy Summoner to be specific. Because the weirdest thing that happened was when we were level 16 as a Summoner with Fairies, very specifically, we did have such a weird threshold of getting out of paralyzation and agility that if Carloboss used his stun attack twice in a row, we would actually get stunned repeatedly again and again and again. Normally when he uses his stun attack again right here, we are still paralyzed and we do not get re-paralyzed. However, at level 16, we automatically got paralyzed again immediately after. And that was kind of a huge deal, because it doubled the amount of chances or times he got to paralyze us. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. But yeah, the easiest ones are all the ones that have a guaranteed one-shot on Carloboss. There's a number of them. And I guess the easiest ones are also faster than Carloboss. So, what was there, for example? I can look up some things real quick. Let's see. Getting low damage rolls here, so we might actually need 8 attacks this time. If we get there anyways. Let's see. So Oracle could one-shot it, but it actually took a while until the attack unleashed. So you needed to still get lucky enough to actually get to that attack. So yeah, if we deal 104 damage, which we cannot with a single attack, we would win with our next physical hit. But at the same time, because we're so fast, we could actually attack twice if we ever get a turn again. So as long as he doesn't paralyze us again, we will win actually. So here, because we're so fast as a thief, we actually get to attack twice. He has 20 HP remaining, but we can just hit him. Hey, that went pretty well overall. Nice. Good job, Ferris. So yeah, this is probably an excellent example of the speed that the thief has. No other class was able to attack twice after getting out from a stun. So that's pretty impressive. Bye, Sildra. Either way, what was the easiest? So Necromancer was really easy if we got the correct roll. Black Mage did a lot of damage but needed a bunch of turns. Actually, I suppose Samurai would be the easiest overall. Because you can just guild toss and it's over with, and you should be faster than Carloboss. Carloboss. Yep, 7 HP was all we needed. Because a thief is just fast enough to attack twice after getting out of a stun. So I knew that 2 more attacks would kill him, so we just went for it. This is why it's important to count your damage in especially these encounters. As long as you have at least 1 HP, you're a deadly threat. Yep. The concept of the lower HP you have, the less damage you deal, does not really apply in any RPG, really. That sounds like it would be really annoying. Okay. Let's see. These skeletons have actually an interesting drop in that they drop a dagger. But beyond that, let me see whether there's anything particularly interesting here. So the only notable enemy in this area here, in terms of item steals, is that the Undead Rusk has a potion you can steal from it. An ether you can steal from it as a rare steal. So that's kind of the only notable thing around here. Siren, as a matter of fact, has no steal at all. By the way, Carloboss had a potion. Blue Mage if you match his level, that's a good point. Blue Mage had it relatively easy against Carloboss. But I think Blue Mage has lower agility. So it's kind of a similar difficulty as the Black Mage. Where Blue Mage is really fast if you don't get killed in the first few turns. I was just thinking of, was there any character that had a guaranteed kill on Carloboss just because they could do stuff. Like for example, Beastmaster, if you capture and release a goblin, it casts Flare, which is a guaranteed one-shot on Carloboss. But you don't have enough agility to go before Carloboss goes, so you're just at the mercy of eventually getting a turn still. Time to eat some fried calamari. Well, you need to fry it yourself though. I only just cut it up. Alrighty, welcome back, and we're just zooming through the ship graveyard. Zoom, zoom, zoom. No, I should probably just briefly make sure that my allies are, going to go back to sleep, then we're probably just going straight forward to Siren. There's not really much of a reason for me to sit around and knock out anything here. Just going to help Galuf to go back to sleep, you go back to sleep, and we go back to sleep too, eventually anyways. Bonk. Alrighty, Lena is asleep. And... or Sonic, I guess. By the way, I learned that Sonic is actually a fast food chain in the USA, and I do like their chicken burgers, it was pretty good. On a completely random thought, I guess. Alrighty. And that's all we wanted to do. We have high enough level, we still have a sufficient amount of elixirs to take on the next boss right away. Also, I would like to point out, it only cost us 3 elixirs this time. And the previous best attempt, we used up 6 elixirs and we're still 200 damage short. Variance can do a lot to you. But hey, we will need this elixir eventually. The chili cheese hot dogs are actually not bad. I've never tried that, to be fair. I don't know. But also too expensive. I don't know actually, I have no concept of comparing prices. You say that with a question mark trying to convince yourself. Fair. Alright, we get some antidotes, because if we get poisoned during the boss fight, that would be kind of inconvenient. Alrighty, welcome to the next boss. This is Siren. What does Siren do? Well, Siren has 2 forms. One is the humanoid form, where she has 0 physical defense and casts spells at us, and the second one is the zombie form, which has a lot of physical defense and just hits us like a truck with physical attacks. And what we basically don't want to see from the humanoid form is her casting slow on us, because slow is one of the worst status effects. If she casts haste on herself, that's not great either, but at the same time, her haste wears off as soon as she switches form, so it's not that big of a deal. The blue hedgehog. I think that's what Sonic is about anyways, Blood. This place seems to come. AU juice? What is AU juice? Like, the only thing I know is AU is like autumn, which is gold in the periodic table. That sounds pretty expensive to me, but I don't think that's what you have in mind. Have that cornered. Interesting. Oh, with juice. Wait, you dip sandwich in juice? That's weird. That's weird to me. Right, welcome to Siren. She has 900 HP and worst case scenario right off the bat. Oh no. Yep, that's going to be a mess. 84. And she's going to transform into her second form right here. So my physical attacks are not going to deal a whole lot of damage, so my best shot is to just throw potions at her at this point, which deal exactly 50 damage every time. The unfortunate part, of course, is she's going to hit like a truck. And because she's much faster than me, she's going to hit me like a truck 3 times. In fact, she is going to hit so hard, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until she takes her next turn, and then I'm going to heal. She did not use the bear hug, which she has a chance to do in order to poison me. We dealt 230 damage so far, and it's probably not gonna get much better. I don't mind. way better than slow. But then again, we are slowed already, so not like it makes a difference anymore. 96. And sleep. Now we're just gonna be sleeping until she hits us with a physical attack, which she will do in the next turn. Which means, I will then need to fill up my ATB while slowed the entire way. The one positive thing until just now was that at least I wasn't poisoned. Now I'm poisoned. Like, I'm trying to win this fight, but also kind of don't want to invest this many elixirs. Because if we get just a little bit luckier, we would not have to use that many. Oh my goodness. Sleep is, I think, the worst case scenario in her third turn. Let's see, what can she do? Also, that poison is going to kill us. I don't... Actually, I'm gonna just wait and heal up again after the last attack. I suppose it... 1 HP. Sufficient. Let's see. Her first turn she can cast Mute, Slow or Haste. 102. Her second turn she can cast Cure, Ice or Scan. She actually hasn't healed herself, so that's actually a good thing overall. Scan is basically the best choice here anyways. And her last turn she can cast Sleep, Bolt or Armor. Now the funny thing is here, she has less than 100 HP remaining, so if I can throw 2 potions at her during this form, we would actually win. This boss has Scan? Yep. It's basically just teaching you, hey, you can scan in order to check statuses, I suppose. But hey. Despite slow first turn, we actually win. I'm not sure that was a worthwhile investment. That was a lot of elixirs, but at the same time, elixirs are not gonna be that big of a problem. The bigger problem is going to come up soon. Imagine being killed on sight to frogs. What? No, frogs are friends. Alrighty. Next set of enemies here. Bighorn. Where are you? Here we go, Bighorn. Do you have a rare steal of a potion? Nothing else. Actually, I think I can go and upgrade my my armor. Actually, maybe. We'll see. Then we have Tattoo. Tattoo also have common steal, nothing. Rare steal is a potion. Then in these areas here, we also can soon encounter Galuras, which their common and rare steal are both Maiden's Kisses. Curious. Those are the regular Galuras, not the boss Galura. Then next up we also have these Gatlings. They don't have a common steal, but their rare steal is a soft, which removes petrification. Also, hey, we can actually go behind the counter. Hello! Is it true that Nidir fell near Tycoon? I suppose. He does not even react to me emerging from behind his counter, stealing his life savings. Oh well. I suppose that's how it works in this universe. Okay, let's see whether we can buy any more armor. We already have the best dagger from here, so that's what Pharos comes with. And she gets a copper plate. That is actually a slightly better defense than what we had, and that actually does make a difference in the next encounter, so that's nice. My chat seems to be off by a line. Wait. confused. I don't know why it does that. It is off by a line. There it is. I think it's correct. Am I missing something? Might need to move it up a bit. Yeah, no, the thing is, it actually does not display more in the chat window itself. Like, that's literally how much it displays on my end as well. Entire window has moved on. No, this is literally how it looks on my end as well. Punchline. No, I'm not using OBS. This is a separate tool. Yeah, this is a separate, this is the chat fontificator, and unless this was the case before already, let me actually just restart it. I have never really encountered that until now. Maybe people... So here's the thing, it's entirely possible people just did not notice until now. Alright, I'm gonna connect. Last stream it definitely didn't work. Fixed. That's weird, why did it do that? Because... yeah, that was definitely the chat tool, nothing else. Might be a bug? Yeah, it might be a bug. Unfortunately, this chat box thingy also does not have the ability to display the modified emotes, which is kind of a shame. Because I think that's one of the best features, being able to just modify emotes. Alright, where are we? Rock Garter in this area. Their common steal is a potion, they don't have a rare steal. The Gala Cat have a potion as a common and a rare steal. Then we have Cockatrice around these areas. Their common steal is a soft, removes petrification, considering that they petrify characters on the second turn. That makes a lot of sense. Then we have blocks around here, which actually is an interesting thing to steal from. The blocks around here, their common steal is glasses, and their rare steal is a high potion, in fact. So these blocks here are the first interesting enemies to steal from. So if we can steal from them, we get glasses. Come on, I would like to steal their glasses. Ow. Okay, we got some glasses. So, glasses is an accessory that functionally, for us right now anyways, does the exact same thing as leather shoes, they just give one physical defense, that's it. However, what they practically also do is they prevent the blind status effect from occurring, which is actually kind of nice. I like this. Okay, unfortunately... I should actually try out OBS chat. I have never tried OBS chat. Maybe it would be quite acceptable, and at least you could see the chat thingies. Either way, welcome everybody to... the next boss here. Calculator and Calculator. This boss here is called... Magisa. She only has 650 HP, but once she drops below 300 HP, what she will do is she will call her husband, Forza. She will move into the back row, hence only take half the damage, and also she has a pretty mean AI script, in that in her second turn, she has a 1 in 3 chance to use the ability called Train. Also, as you might be able to tell, we are only barely faster than her. At least it feels like it. Alright, Aero is fine, but Train is kind of the ability we really don't want to see her using. So, if I deal 50 more damage, she will go into her second phase, or more specifically, she will call for Forza. She still has slightly under 300 HP. So I'm on... Oh, she's actually not in the back row. So I'm trying to finish her off here. Forza is purely a physical attacker, and he does hit like a truck. So the idea is to finish off Magisa, hopefully with the next attack. Oh, or not. Holy cow. Okay, he does more damage than I anticipated he would. Alright. Oh boy. Okay. I may need a few more levels here, but who knows. Also, let me update my death counter for the various bosses real quick. Number 20. 121 Thief. See random deaths, and we only have 3 deaths to Carloboss, so that's actually less than the Black Mage. Then again, we grinded a bunch more beforehand. 0 to Siren, 1 to Magisa Forza. There we go. Yeah, he just hit us real hard. The plan is to move into the back row in order to defeat Forza, because he has an attack multiplier of an odd number, whatever that means, which means he actually loses more than half of the damage, whereas in my back row, I will actually still have most of my damage. Because I have an attack multiplier of 6, I think. Bum, 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 bum. When people laugh in Hawaii, is it more of a loud chuckle? Or is it a aloha? Aloha. There we go. Aloha. I get it now. Alright. 84. Ow. He fired me. So I think I need to heal before we get Forza to come up. Also, that is a full heal for her. We just hope she does not use Drain. Because that's just rude. She can do that 1 in 3 times every second turn. Right now, for example. Yeah, she didn't use it. Nice. I get jokes, sometimes. I'm going to wait until she moves here. And then I'm gonna attack her twice before she gets to call Forza. That way I have 1 more turn before I get absolutely nuked by the big guy. 90. Okay, 1 more hit is going to knock her out. And here I just need to get lucky that Forza is not going to use his tackle move in his next turn, otherwise I'm just straight up dead. Please don't use it. Okay, wow, that's still a lot of damage, holy cow. Alright, we have to heal before we move to the back row, because even if I move in the back row, he would still knock me out at this point. Ouch. Now we move to the back row. Also, he heals for 4 every once in a while, because he got regeneration. Now we try to hit him. We deal 39 damage. He deals 40. Well, that's a regular attack. Tackle will deal more. He has 800 HP? I don't remember. Either way, we can actually heal via regular potions here. But unfortunately he also heals periodically. Ow. I just would like to not use more elixirs than necessary here. Because while we can get them later as well, it's just a bit awkward. -4. We have dealt 60 damage to him so far. Ow. We have dealt 56 damage to him so far. Also, he has 850 HP. This could take a while at this rate. I would probably be better off just using elixirs. Then again, as long as I don't lose literally all the damage, I guess we are fine. Just gonna take a long time. We have dealt 52 damage so far. Yeah, the speed actually already added quite a bit of interesting twists to specifically Carloboss. I didn't realize that the high agility would make that much of a difference. In fact, it is certain that because we chose Ferris, who has slightly more speed than Butts, she actually was able to like overtake Carloboss even harder than the Butts as a thief would normally be able to do. It's pretty neat. This would fit its own Yaga Monthly? Maybe. Last time I did Final Fantasy 5 solo challenge in Yaga Monthly, it was the beginning of the Berserker, and that took half a month. Oh wait. I added minus 4. Plus 42. I'm gonna use the elixirs. It's gonna take forever otherwise. Ow. It's gonna take forever anyways. Just use potions. Minus 4, minus 4, minus 4, minus 4. Alright. I'm already adding the next 3 minus 4s. It sure does take advantage of fairy sets. It does. We just need to get lucky that he doesn't use tackle too much. Let's actually see what the script says. How likely is it for him to use tackle? Because it sure seems like it is every time. He has a 1 in 3 chance to use tackle in his turns, every turn. So... yeah. Could you please... okay, we're just gonna use elixirs now, okay? Let's just go. What a mean guy. Tackle again. Stop! $503 damage, minus 4, so 499. That's if I kept track of the regeneration takes properly, which I probably didn't. But either way, we are slightly past the halfway mark of dealing damage to him. But yeah, this is kind of where you can very clearly see the low attack power of the thief just being a huge burden. And it's not really going to get any better. In fact, it's gonna be a lot worse for a boss coming up very soon. Well, I say very soon, but still going to take a while until we get the big boss. We might not have enough elixirs actually, curiously enough. Unless we get lucky with him not using tackles 20 times in a row again. Chicken knife and mug will definitely be a godsend. Yep. It's going to dramatically skyrocket our DPS. Welcome to you, fun. Thank you for the good luck. Okay, I was about 41 damage off, because I only counted 859 damage. Oh, well, we have 1 elixir left. Good thing we got 12 at the beginning. That's a lot of blocks. I had no idea there was an encounter like this in the mountain. I've never seen this before. Thief is an elixir junkie and high potion junkie. We will be farming 99 high potions before too long, actually. The Minecraft encounter. Yep, 5 blocks. At least it's not 3 blocks. That's a difficult puzzle. Shoutouts to B-Rex. High potions in the fire ship. Yep. That's gonna be the plan. Alrighty, in these next sections there's actually going to be finally some interesting things to steal from enemies. Specifically, what we could do in theory is there is these commander or ice soldier enemies. Their common steal is actually mithril sword. And mithril swords are pretty good at this point actually. So if you have somebody who can use regular swords, might want to steal one if you have a thief in your party. For the thief, we can't use swords, unfortunately, but we can use daggers, and there is in fact an enemy that also has a mithril dagger as a steal, so it's gonna be nice. There's no new weapons here, I don't think. Yep, just a regular old dagger still. Well, no weapons we can use anyways. But we have a training armor. That training armor actually adds +1 strength, which is actually a surprisingly big deal. In Final Fantasy V, the only time your stats change is when you change job class or you specifically equip something that gives you more stats. And having 29 strength means that we gain our attack rating, or well, strength bonus or damage bonus slightly faster now than we did before. So that will actually help in the near future. Beyond that, we have more potions to buy, and there's not a whole lot else I want to do. We can buy some Maiden's Kiss, and Lucky Mallets, and Eye Drops. Whatever. Because we might actually use up all the potions in the next set of encounters. But, more importantly, so, the thief is in a very unique position that we can go into the basement of this castle and get the treasure from there that is guarded by these Garkimazra enemies. So Garkimazra enemies down here are incredibly difficult to just naturally run away from, like virtually impossible. And on top of that, they guarantee a back attack on your entire team, unless you have a thief in your party. The thief both neutralizes all back attacks entirely, so we will never get into a back attack, but more importantly we have an ability called Flee or Escape that just allows us to run away automatically. So we can get our treasure down here, which the big treasure here is an Elven Cape. The Elven Cape gives us a 1 in 3 chance to block physical attacks. It also gives +1 agility and magic power, so we're going to be even slightly faster than before. But yeah, we have actually managed to get the Elf Cape with other characters before. In fact, I think the Solo Geomancer managed to get an Elf Cape just by running away and getting stupid lucky. But there's some other classes that can also have a guaranteed chance to run away, but they usually take at least one heavy hit from a Garkimasra before they get to run away. Like, for example, the Ninja is one of those classes, or also a Bard, for example. So yeah. That Elf Cape is just fantastic. This is basically going to be our go-to accessory for a long time to come, since while blocking physical attacks with 1 in 3 chance is really good. And yes, no back attacks in the void and guaranteed running away. It's going to be amazing. Oh yeah, I guess the names are a bit different. Generally speaking, if you have played on the Game Boy Advance version, you'd probably have an idea of what the equipment pieces are, but they are, well, named differently. You'll die 1,000 times, but the cape is coming with you. Yeah, if you have a full team of party members, you can just keep reviving each other with Phoenix Stones. Well, which is pretty expensive, but that is definitely a possibility. Alrighty. Also, we are going to go ahead and grab the elixirs from Tycoon Castle. So we're gonna see some more cutscenes, because we will need all the elixirs and high potions we can get in the near future, so going over here right now just makes the most sense. Hello, welcome to you. I hope you're doing well. What's the training armor in the GBA? Yeah, this is a Kenpo G. Kenpo Gi. Basically it's just decent defense at this point in the game, but also +1 strength, which is kind of a big deal. So maybe other things to steal from in this area here. So, by the way, if we were to get the rare steal from the Garkimasra enemy, that would be an elixir. I don't want to stick around to try and steal from them in a solo character challenge run, but I figured it would be interesting to mention. Their common steal, on the other hand, is a Protect drink, which is a chemist-only item. It actually never really occurred to me that being able to drink in Final Fantasy V is a skill. Good day to you, Epimeth. Welcome. And hello, I hope you're doing well. Can a fire ring be stolen anywhere? Yes, red dragons have a rare steal for a flame ring. So we don't technically have to grind out one, but we will probably just naturally get that much money. You're doing good, that's nice. How about Suikoden for a monthly? The main problem, quote-unquote, about Suikoden is that it would just kind of be not just a monthly, but also an entire playthrough afterwards. And it's the nature of RPGs that they just take like 40-50 hours, depending on how much you invest into them. And I'm not currently interested in Suikoden that much. Maybe someday. You never learned to drink? Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen any of the characters drink. Actually, they do drink in the bar, I suppose. Tapping. That's my elixirs. There it is, that's why I'm here. But yeah, I appreciate the suggestions, by the way. If anybody has any more suggestions for the Jagged Monthly, feel free to bring them forth. Just about specifically speaking, and I've thought about it before, which is why I was able to give him an immediate response. It's definitely a pretty interesting one. But to be fair, I would probably put Chrono Cross on the list before that. So everyone who frequents bars has a job level in Chemist. Yep, I do not. How useful is the heal rod? It is really nice, since it doesn't cost any MP. Also, you can use the heal rod's attack healing to knock enemies out of confusion and sleep. So that's actually pretty awesome, honestly. So heal rod is overall really good. If you can equip it, that is. It also does not cost any MP to basically cast Cure 2 on a single target, so that helps too. Plus, character classes that cannot normally heal, but can equip staves, like the Chemist, or I suppose an Oracle, they can use the healing stuff as well. This'll be fun, maybe. Welcome to you, Nova Dragoon. I hope you're doing well. Wait, why am I landing next to the meteor? I need to go in here. Alrighty, so, in this area here, there is an enemy called the Wyvern, and the Wyvern enemy has a common seal of a Mithril Dagger. And Mithril Dagger is basically the dagger you get in the next city, not right here. So this is one of only a few instances where we will be able to steal equipment that we can actually use, and it's gonna be useful as a thief as well. That is kind of unique to be able to steal right now already anyways. We can also steal, for example, from these ice soldiers. Their common steal is the Mithril sword, so that's also pretty interesting. Also, I think this is a rare encounter right here. I don't think I've ever seen this encounter before. Casting stop. Good night. But yeah, I don't really have any use for a Mithril sword. Just kind of figured I would point it out. Also, actually, what I can do is I can give Butts the Mithril sword here. Because he does not normally have enough damage to one-shot himself with a Mithril Dagger, but Mithril Sword works just fine. Alright, and that's all we kind of want from here. Thank you for putting them to sleep, and goodbye. Those Ricard mages, they have a common steal of a rod, no rare steal. Yes, double lance is gonna be a steal, Mithril Dagger is a steal, and I think there was one more instance of something that you could steal was actually useful. Elf Toads. They have actually nothing to steal, neither a common nor a rare steal. It's a good day for encounters nobody has ever seen before, apparently. And yes, I think Twin Lance is going to be one of the best ones, honestly. Alright, couldn't steal. I probably should be in the back row. Then again, we have a 1 in 3 chance to block stuff. Good job, Ferris. So here, we definitely want... This is why I came here. I want to grab the Mithril Dagger from these guys. Because it's going to be a rather substantial damage upgrade. If I ever get to steal it anyways. Come on, Ferris. There we go. Mithril Dagger has been acquired, and we're out of here. So, Mithril Dagger. It increases our attack power baseline from 14 to 23, which is kind of a big deal, because our baseline damage right now at level 15 is an attack multiplier of 6, which means 6 times 14 would be our baseline damage. However, it's going to be now 6 times 23, which is a lot more. Well, to be fair, we're gonna sit in the back row for the most part in this next encounter, but the idea still counts. Alrighty. You always need a steal guide. Using a thief, you can never remember all the steals. Yeah, I don't really... So I know the most important ones, or the most interesting ones overall, but I don't really know a lot of the more common ones that I just don't really care about. Like Wyvern, I just happen to know the Mithril Dagger because I've used it a bunch in the past, whenever I had a thief. So we could get a Silk Robe in the chest on the left, but we can't equip it. So I'm just gonna leave it, plus we don't need the money. He says as he picks up the ether, which is mostly for selling. Alrighty, this is gonna be a fight. This is Galura. Galura has 1200 HP, a fair bit of physical defense, and also, once we deal 400 damage, Galura will start counterattacking. Thanks to the Mithril Dagger, we still deal pretty solid damage overall. So... let's see... 96. Okay, we would push him into phase 2 if I attack once again. So his counterattacks are... he counterattacks twice. One of the attacks is always going to be a physical attack, the other one he can either do nothing, a physical attack or a rush attack. And the rush attack is the one that both deals physical damage as well as inflicts the HP leak status, which is approximately another 100 damage added on top of the damage. So basically we hope it either doesn't happen that he attacks us with a rush attack, or we hope that we just dodge it via the Elven Cape. I'm sitting in the back row here for the same reason as to why I was sitting in the back row against Forza. In the back row I have the opportunity to heal out the damage via regular potions, so I don't have to use elixirs, or probably don't anyways. It's going to be kind of slow, but at the same time it's going to be the safest way to deal with him. Here, 54. One more attack and he will start counterattacking, because he will be below 800 maximum HP. Elven Cape going to work, yes. Being able to dodge just 1 in 3 attacks is really great here. Hello, welcome to Istalas. I hope you have a nice day. Bow, bow, bow. 57. Counter-attack and nothing. Good. I do want to be basically at full HP before I attack every time here, don't know. Oh, by the way, we can also try to steal from Galura. His common steal is a potion. His rare steal is a high potion. So the rare steal would actually be quite interesting, since a high potion heals for 500 rather than just 50. So that is 10 times the healing for a single turn. It's basically like an elixir, just a full heal at this point. Which is why high potions are really good. Okay. Dodged the counterattack completely, so that's nice. Alrighty, getting lucky here. Oh, dodge the rush attack. Whereas it's just playing... what's the word? Torero? You're done with work this year, so things are looking good. Hey, that's nice. I hope you enjoy your time and can lean back and relax for a while. And well, get stuff done that you feel like you need to. 57. Alright, we're halfway through the HP. That Elven Cape is definitely doing a lot of work here. And hey, new sir, welcome. And thank you and good luck. Not making any promises. That's fair. Boom, 813 damage so far. Now we just kind of sit back and heal up a bunch. You're not brave enough to start solo character challenges quite yet, but you've started solo class ones currently doing Quad Knight. Nice. Good luck to you. Quad Knight actually sounds pretty neat because you actually get to use all the interesting weapons rather than just one at a time. Yeah, I really like knight swords, which is a shame that they are only limited to knights most of the time. Welcome to you, Minister. I hope you're doing well. The Rush Roulette is pretty accurate. My favorite knight sword is the Defender sword, because you can cast Protect while using it. Oh, we got hit by a Rush. Now you can see how quickly our HP just kind of goes down while we are under the effect, and it does continue while we are in the menu. So it's kind of important that I menu quickly while under the effect of the HP leak stings. You actually take more or less damage depending on your battle speed and how long the combat timer actually stops. Curiously enough, if you have a really high battle speed, you don't take as much leak damage because of how the timer shenanigans work. I don't actually know the technical ways of how it works, but just experience. Well, if knight swords weren't so exclusive, would anyone still be using knife? Knives are really good, actually, yes. A lot of knives are actually a lot better than swords, too. Curiously enough. At least in this game. But I'm mostly referring to the fact that there is both knight exclusive swords as well as just swords that can be equipped by Mystic Knights and Blue Mage, for example, and Red Mage. To be fair, knight swords are more interesting most of the time than daggers. Yeah. I like the concept of Enhancer and Runeblade. Enhancer is overall slightly weaker than Runeblade on regular attacks, but if you use weapon enchants, you can't use them in conjunction with the Runeblade because it already has an effect on it. You've never done the Brave Blade run? Well, it's something, I suppose. I neither like it nor dislike it. It's a type of run you can do. A Brave Blade run is a time investment, it is. I dare to say the most interesting part about a Brave Blade run is if you normally just run away from encounters and you don't know what the enemies do or how to properly deal with them, that's probably when Brave Blade is the most interesting overall as a run type. You always prefer the two-handed Mystic Knight because of the superior speed. I mean, yeah. It's just for me personally. Most of the time I'm talking in context of Forge of Fiesta, where I say, hey, if you have this job, then that's great to use, because Forge of Fiesta limits you to 4 jobs at a time. I have barely ever done any playthroughs where I wasn't limited in which jobs I could check. So I'm just kind of a bit... I guess I have a bit of a skewed opinion because of that, in a certain sense. But two-hand is really nice, to say the least. Okay, 2 more attacks and we win. But I think we probably want to heal up instead, because the counter-attacks and physical attacks could just kind of knock us out otherwise. But we're almost there. Bit of a slow fight, but hey, at least we didn't have to use elixirs. We also had a Red Mage that uses two-handed Runeblade. That's great. My very first time I had a 4-drop Fiesta, I had a Dancer and a Red Mage, and it ended up being a surprisingly good combination to dance with the Red Mage, because you can equip the Lamia's Tiara on the Red Mage to have the Sword Dance up trait, and Runeblade Dance is really good too. Okay, if we dodge this attack, we're in the clear. Hey, we did dodge this attack. Let's go. 1. We are 12 damage away from winning here. And... 2. Good night, Galura. Not bad. One more miss for good measure, indeed. I feel like this is how Grimer would wear sunglasses, because Grimer probably has no concept of why people wear sunglasses in the first place. He just knows they belong somewhere on the head. Yep, and the rabbit is just confused about not seeing much anymore. You're scared of to do a Fiesta, like knowledgeable on the game and all, but you're very much a master of all chops on your first visit to bulk type of player. I see. Honestly, to me personally, doing a playthrough with limited job selection like 4-drop Fiesta or solo character, it was very liberating, because it's so easy to accidentally fall into the concept of just mastering chops and trying to match the perfect combinations rather than just going on, which is kind of what I would probably fall into as well to an extent. So it's just kind of really nice to not have to even worry about it. You just have the jobs and that's what you have. Would sunglasses even hold on Grimer's head? Probably. It is not like it's just going to sink through, unless Grimer wants it to sink through, I guess. I would guess that Grimer has enough control over the clutch in order to hold stuff into place. It's actually an interesting question. Yeah, I guess the handles would probably just be slightly lodged inside, wouldn't it? The Winddrake would have just let you die here. Well, the Winddrake did not know where we were. Probably. Goodbye, Sildra. Thank you. Yep. We actually do get to say Sildra usually in the runs later on as well, because of the summon lamp, magic lamp. Using Sildra in order to deal the last 2 hits is actually a likely tactic that we will employ as a solo thief. Not entirely sure how we will want to go about it exactly though. On a separate note, what are the danger status effects that we can get it afflicted by if we have Angel Ring plus Bone Mill effects from a Grand Cross? Alrighty, welcome to Karnak. Well, not yet. But this is going to be where we will be leveling for a while. Specifically, the wolves here are gonna be our leveling buddies for a while, because while it is quicker to level up in the plains area, we actually do not currently have enough attack power or health to survive there for too long. So we will just kind of grind on wild knocks until we get a few levels, and then we go into the plains. Because as you might expect, we actually, thanks to the Mithril Dagger as well as a bunch of elixirs, just kind of squeak through at a reasonably low level for a solo character to get to here. But now that we're here, the next boss we will face has 3000 HP, and one of its attacks can deal about 300 damage. Or 350 with low magic defense, which I think we have. So... yeah. Also, I actually would like to get the ability to steal and attack at the same time sometime soon. Because that would be great to use in the steamship. We would be able to level while stealing a bunch of high potions along the way too. And again, I don't remember what level that is for a thief. But yeah, you can see we basically need to heal after every single encounter. And the plains enemies are just a little bit stronger than the wolves. The wolves are basically the easiest prey, and guaranteed to appear inside the forest, so that's kind of what I'm shooting for here. Plus, theoretically speaking, there is not much of a reason for us to advance particularly fast here. Because the boss, well, technically 2 bosses after the next boss, we will run into a wall. And that wall will require us to basically amass 99 high potions and as many elixirs as we can get along the way as well. Because if anybody has seen the solo character challenge run with the White Mage, which was the very first one I did, the boss I'm talking about is Biblos. So, let's see, can I switch over to Biblos real quick? It's a little bit sketchy to do the explanation stuff right now. I think I want to go into the next city and briefly buy a better armor. I don't need the +1 strength right now from the armor, so I will want to go ahead and briefly go and buy better equipment for physical defense, so the wild knacks don't deal quite as much damage. Then I'm gonna explain what the big deal is about Biblos. Hey Luther Kitty, welcome! Star, rare drop, koi koi. Koi koi? I don't know the reference, but welcome to you Luther Kitty, and welcome to you as well Lunar Cloud. I hope you are both having a most pleasant day so far. Thank you so much for the 5 bits. I like these bits, they look nice. There was a song in Phantasy Star Online 2 where they actually made a song about rare drops. It was a concert song too. Nice. Okay. Oh, by the way, about stuff we can steal from these guys here. Let's see, where are we? We are here. So in this section here, also level 16, first level in a while. I think the best we can get is like a silver armor. Yeah, silver armor is as good as it gets. Right, the enemies here in this area here are the wild nags. They have a common steel as potion, no rare steel. The eagle in the grass plains, the same deal, potion and common steel, no rare steel. The grass turtles, they have no common steel, but the rare steel, you can actually steal the turtle shells from the grass turtles. Which is curious, because then you also get the turtle shell drop from the grass turtles if you defeat them and steal from them. Slightly strange. The silent bees, you cannot steal from them at all, they have nothing. The Dormhamera in the desert, actually we can't get there yet, but they have a rare steel of a trident, which is quite interesting. It's a lightning elemental spear. Then there's mithril dragons further south, which also we can't get to yet, but they common steals a potion and their rare steals a mithril armor. So that's interesting. And then there's also the zoo enemies, and the zoo enemies definitely have the most interesting steel of all the enemies around here, because they have no common steel, but a rare steel of an elixir. So basically, if you successfully steal from the zoo, you will actually get an elixir. So that's pretty interesting overall, honestly. Poor Sid, the guards didn't even bother taking away his bomb. They knew he'd just break into another locked cell. That's one way to look at it. Let me actually real quick look up whether I'm correct about the steel chance for rare steels, because kind of wondering about that for a while. Steel success modifier to chance of hit. Yeah, it is actually a 10 in 256 chance to get the rare steel if you successfully steal in the first place. Which without the Thief's Glove is only 40%. With the Thief's Glove it's going to be 80%. So 0.8 times 10 divided by 256. What's that probability? The probability of stealing a item. Wait, is that right? .125%? That's way too high. Is it? I would guess it's like a 0.3% chance for each individual attack. I'm doing something wrong here, pretty sure. Let's see. We need to get also our helmet upgraded because we still have the leather hat equipped. And here we get the plumed hat. Plumed hat is basically magic defense, light armor, but well, it's better than nothing. Because we don't have anything else at all. I'm gonna sell everything else that we don't need at this point. Just to clean up our inventory. Equip the plumed hat, and that is basically as good as it gets for our defense. Wait, I also did buy the silver armor, so I can equip that too. Oh, I sold the silver armor too. Good job. Hello, welcome to you, Luther Kitty. Hello. I hope you're doing well. So much for the heal rod. Yeah, we don't need it. Fun fact, heal rod is actually common steal from the sleepy enemies. So it is a really easy way to get them in World 2. Also, before I forget about it, I want to go ahead and buy sleep for later. Right, but I think my calculation approach is wrong, Azur. So basically, we have an 80% chance to steal in the first place. And then afterwards, there's a 10 in 256 chance to... 10 divided by 256... No, I guess it is a 3.125% chance. Huh. That's a way better chance to steal, or get the rare steal, than I anticipated it would be. Interesting. Sleep? Oh, the sleep is just for the Antlion at the beginning of World 3 for... well, the inevitable battle, so to speak. We don't use spells on Thief. This is literally just to get past Antlion way later. And I tend to forget about buying sleep, so I'm just making sure I get it right now. Alrighty, let's switch over to Byblos, and why it is such a big deal to try and get past Byblos over here. So this guy is Byblos, and I guess Ifrit is just hanging up on whatever. You just stay up there, Ifrit, that's fine. Alright, so Byblos has 3600 HP. Byblos is weak to fire, but, well, we don't have any way of dealing any elemental damage whatsoever, so we are stuck with physical damage. So, there's a few problems about this fight. For one, Byblos has pretty nasty attacks that will cripple our ability to deal damage and survive in the first place. Among other things, he has Thread, which slows us, and you probably saw during the Siren fight how extreme slow is. Basically, he's going to get 2 to 3 turns for every 1 turn we get. It's going to be pretty extreme. On top of that, he has an ability called Sonic Wave. Sonic Wave will halve our current level, and all the damage calculation of Final Fantasy V is based on level. What this means is that we're going to just deal a lot less damage all of a sudden. The first time we get hit by Sonic Wave, it's going to be less than half damage, and we already don't deal a whole lot of damage in the first place. And because the fight is going to take long enough, we eventually will be effectively level 1, so minimum damage. And we also eventually will get hit by a threat, that's just the nature of the beast. Then on top of that, he has the ability to charm my character. Charm means that we will be confused and we will try to hit ourselves. While we are slowed, on top of that we can't do anything. So it's going to be pretty bad. And the reason why the fight is going to take so long is because he doesn't just have 3600 HP. On top of that, when you hit him with a physical attack, he has a 1 in 3 chance to cast armor on him, reducing all physical damage taken by half. So, yeah. Basically, our physical damage output is going to be absolutely horrible, no matter what we do. And then, even worse, once he drops below 800 HP, which is going to be after, like, I don't know, 10 minutes of whittling down his HP very, very slowly, I would guess. Once he drops below 800 HP, he will start counterattacking with Drain 2 and 3 times. Every time we attack him. What this means is that he will just heal himself for about 200 HP every time Drain hits. And it will hit almost every time, because we're gonna be level 1 compared to his level 24. So, in short, he will just heal himself for about 4 or 5 times the damage that we can deal to him. Actually more like 6 or 7 times. And we're not gonna get lucky enough to be able to outdamage that. It's incredibly unlikely. Like, it's technically possible that we avoid getting slowed and level half the entire time, but yeah, it's not gonna happen. So in short, what this means is we will have to run Byblos out of magic, like we did in the White Mage run. He has 1000 MP, Charm costs 3 MP to use, Magic Hammer costs... wait, one of them costs 4, whatever. they don't cost much MP. And armor costs like 3 as well. So... yeah, we will basically just have to run him out of magic, which means that fight is going to take like 2.5 to 3 hours. So this is the biggest roadblock for the solo thief run here. And this is why there's absolutely no rush for us to get through the rest of the encounters and dungeons here. Because literally, this right here, this area, is as good as it gets for us getting experience overall. How many potions do I have left? 5. I need to go and buy some. But yeah, effectively running around here on the plains is going to be as good as it gets for being able to buy potions. There's not gonna be a better way, really. To level up is what I meant to say. Did I say buy potions? Yeah, this is going to be the best experience here anyways. In the plains it's going to be better than the wild knocks, because in the plains we also have the zoo encounters, which we will be able to steal from for elixirs. But to be fair, we need to get our next thief level ability in order to be able to attack and steal at the same time. Otherwise, well, not gonna be nearly as efficient. We have to just wait and steal every turn. Alright, so the next time we get an ability, actually a thief level, is going to be Vigilance, which means that's the thing that prevents back attack. And then after that we finally get the attack steal at the same time. So it's actually going to take a while until we get to that point. But yep, we're gonna be stuck here for a while. What we will want to do, however, is actually clear the next area. Sometime once we are at a decently high level, because once we clear that next area we get a better weapon, as well as a stock of elixirs along the way. Looting the ship for gear, yeah. There's going to be one weapon that's going to be interesting, that's the boomerang. But once we get the Guardian Dagger, the boomerang will see very little use, I think. It would be nice to get more than one ability point. Yeah. Unfortunately, the wolves only ever give one. But yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. So my current goal level is, I don't know, 20. Then we try to clear the next area. And I mean, the convenient thing is, we really don't have to worry about grinding out money later for the flame ring, or even an angel ring on top of that, because we almost certainly will get that without too much effort. To be fair, in order to level up a little bit faster, we could actually dip into the steamship and get the boomerang out of it in order to level outside instead. Plus we will get a green beret, which is actually better physical defense now that I think about it, than the plumed hat. The plumed hat is still better for magic defense, which is what I may want to have. Let's see, I will get 2 strength from this area here, is that right? But only 1. I don't remember. Either way, welcome to the steamship. The enemies in here, they have a bunch of interesting things to steal from. These ones here only have a regular potion, so nothing too interesting. If you defeat a defeater, they will spawn a mortar trap enemies, actually 2 in fact. And let me put it this way, generally speaking, the enemies in here are not really worthwhile in terms of fighting them for experience. They're just too much trouble for how much experience they give. That's kind of the short version. Like, you can do it, it's not absolutely horrible, but yeah, not really. Crew Dust, their common steal is potion, and their rare steal is a eye drop. Then we have the Featers, which common steal potion, no rare steal. Mortar traps, actually the common steal of the mortar traps is ethers, so if you want to steal ethers, that's an interesting way to get some. And then, the most important ones is actually going to be the Poltergeist, these ones. The Poltergeist in this area here, their common steal is high potion. So that's actually kind of a big deal, I dare to say. Because high potions well, they heal for 500, which is effectively a full heal right now. Yeah, and that's kind of all I have to say about this for the most part. Also down there, and up this stair, there's actually 3 chests for equipment we want in this area, now think about it. Chance to steal 40% times whatever else. Either way, not the greatest chance to steal, but we will actually improve that chance to steal very soon over here. Alright. We go, first of all the way in the right side. By the way, if you hold down the B button, you slide down the conveyor belts faster too. It's kind of curious. So we go a little bit out of our way to grab all the chests over here. So this is a very nice headgear equipment. The Green Beret. It gives more physical defense, +1 strength and +1 agility. So that's actually kind of a big deal, I dare to say. Brings it up to 29 strength and 45 agility. That's in conjunction with the Elven Cape specifically, to be fair. Then, next up, we also have the elusive chest right down here. This is the Thief's Glove. The Thief's Glove are amazing because... Oh, actually, that's a lot of defense. I didn't realize they give so much that much defense. The Thief's Glove do give +1 agility. But more importantly, they increase the chance to steal from 40% to 80%. So this means we can steal from the Poltergeist here very easily. Also, I should have done this in the other order because there's going to be one more weapon I will want to get. I could have just gotten the Thief's Glove on the way out. I didn't think that this one through, did I? Either way, there's one more chest that we want to get. By the way, these doors look like penguin faces. I just want to point that out. Like these doors here. Those are... You can't tell me those aren't penguins. Either way, Here's a full moon. The full moon is actually a weapon that deals full damage from the back row, so that's kind of a big deal. It has almost as much attack power as a guardian dagger, and because it's from the full back row, it's really good. It does have a 5% chance to miss, so that will happen once in a while, but honestly 5% chance to miss isn't that high overall. Great, now you can't see penguin faces. I mean, it's true. It's cute too. Steal and run away. So yeah, this is actually going to be something that we will do a bunch of times, let's put it this way. We just steal from Poltergeist and then run away. But this is also why I would like to have the knock ability, so we could actually knock out the Poltergeist while we steal from them. And also stock up on high potions while effectively grinding experience too. Which is why I would like to do this after. Also, I actually did not realize that the full moon has almost as much attack power as the Guardian Dagger, so we don't necessarily need the Guardian Dagger until later. I thought it would just be strictly better, but considering we can sit in the back row for full damage still, that's actually really good. Like, whoop. Pretty good damage too. Alright, bye penguin doors. Until next time. You know, there's Ganondorf. There's penguin doors. I have no idea where I was going with that. But that's okay. Alrighty, and we're back outside. I don't need to steal anymore, so we're gonna equip the Elven Cape again. And we're just gonna run in circles here. This time on the plains, because we do get more experience here. Let's see. Is Thief more or less painful to solo run than the White Mage? I would say less. Overall. The endgame is going to be tougher for the Thief compared to the White Mage, because we had an incredibly powerful nuke spell with Holy as a White Mage. Plus XF at the end of World 2 was really easy. But getting to that end of the World 2 was a huge investment. Which is going to be basically a huge roadblock on Biblos like it is for the White Mage. But then afterwards for the Thief I expect it to be mostly just difficult, but not mind-numbingly so, if you will. Because, for example, with the White Mage, we had a 6.5 hour battle with Gilgamesh on the ship. The Thief is going to be able to knock out Gilgamesh just like any other class thanks to the double lance at that point. So that's going to be a lot easier. Also, the White Mage had to knock out Biblos the straightforward way, so we had to effectively run it out of magic, but we can do the traditional solo cactus way for a Thief. But then again, there's gonna be a lot of grinding involved, so potentially we might just want to grind the Thief all the way to account for defeating Atmos straight up as well. Uh, 6.5. Which, by the way, I took a pretty long break before finally doing that part, because at the time I was just completely focused on Atmos, and I knew Atmos would be a huge deal. I farmed up 99 elixirs with the White Mage, and I was fully prepared for Atmos. I completely forgot about the fight with Gilgamesh on the boat, so that kind of robbed me of motivation for a few days or so. And then I finally continued. You can break rods though with mage classes other than white. Yep. Other than white, indeed. You need money first to buy rods. Yeah, and wild necks are usually pretty easy money for that. Plus, you actually gain more money than you spend if you go and level on Black Flames. The fighter was by far the fastest. I guess you mean the ninja. Because the ninja is kind of unbeaten in terms of just sheer power. So by the way, those are the zoo enemies right here. Yeah, definitely true. The ninja is insane. I think the only solo class that come close at this point is going to be the gladiator, as well as maybe the samurai. Those are gonna be strong competitors for it. Those two are fast? Yeah. I don't know which one you mean with the fighter, to be honest. I guess the knight, maybe? But yeah, Zoo has a 1 in 16 chance to drop us an elixir, but also has a rare steal for an elixir. So you could do the probability maths if you'd like to. If we had the steal attack, we would have effectively a chance to steal elixirs from a zoo while we are attacking. As well as a chance to get the drops. You stuck to Final Fantasy. Okay, that's fair. Actually, I think the knight... I don't know how fast it was. But I feel like knight was at the time where I just kind of wanted to have a break from the Forge Up for the solo challenges, and was just pushing through it a little bit faster than necessary. Yeah, no ninja is fastest by a large margin. But to be fair, I wasn't going for speed with most of them. Ninja was going to try and just go fast, just to see. But yeah, ninja is just insanely powerful. It kind of has everything you need. It has area of effect attack, it has elemental advantages, it has very heavy physical attacks, both throwing as well as, well, just attacking. It has great grinding spots, it has amazing utility for a lot of boss fights and just raw power. Night was like 24 hours. Yeah, which is actually really fast considering that we did do a Brave Blade run with the Knight. Honestly, by the way, the main reason why I even originally started these solo challenges here is because I was inspired by, who was it? Whitehawk? Or T-Hawk actually, who basically just made an entire diary / journal entry and post for the journey of his solo white mage, and I was just inspired by that. Partially I was inspired by thinking, I wonder whether I can find more clever strategies for a bunch of things. For some I was able to, for the most part, nope, it was just kind of straightforward. And yeah, that's kind of where I learned a lot of things about Final Fantasy V. But it's also, fun fact, kind of how I play a lot of video games personally. I see some other people play video games, and I might be more intrigued because maybe I want to see whether I can just do better than they do. Like that's actually motivation for me. It's the reason why I even got into speedrunning in the first place, where Total Biscuit on YouTube just kind of put out that video about I wanna be the guy Gaiden. I never knew it would come out otherwise. So I just started playing the game. I was just curious whether I could do better. And suddenly, well, I guess I had the best times. Yeah. That's nice, Recodactylus. Also, by the way, the reason why I'm running away from some of these encounters is because Tentacle inflicts the aging status upon Ferris. The aging status means that she will gradually lose all stats, agility, strength, etc. And that means it's going to reduce her damage output dramatically over the course of, well, a very short time frame. So, consequently, it is just more efficient for me to go ahead and just run away from the encounters. Also, hey, I'm pretty sure this is the same encounter set here as well as before. Alrighty, but this is basically where we are going to settle into a grind, I suppose. In a sense, there's actually, in hindsight, or foresight, not much of a reason for me to clear Karnak Castle until I have a decently high level anyways for Biblos. Arguably, the Guardian Dagger is still going to be better, because it will never miss, as well as give me an additional chance to block physical attacks. So I have less of a chance of getting the aging status effect. But at the same time, as I mentioned before, I do want to have the steel attack ability, just so I can hopefully, well, grind a little bit in the steamship while simultaneously gaining a ton of high potions. Because I will grind out 99 high potions from these poltergeist encounters. That's just going to be a requirement for Biblos, from what I can tell. You'd like to learn this as a speedrun one day, it just might be a little too long for one sitting for you. Yeah, it definitely can be quite lengthy, huh? What you could do is you can set yourself like a short goal, maybe. Like... complete World 1. And try to do this as fast as you can. I mean, under 4 hours. 4 hours is a long time for a lot of people, I dare to say. Then again, to be fair, a lot of the portion of the early game is like a lot of cutscenes. Actually, another way you could have tried to approach it, there is the ROM hack for Project Demi, which cuts out all the cutscenes and dialogue text boxes, etc., which would actually dramatically cut down on the time required to play through the game. So maybe you could just run like that if time is that much of a concern. Only because that's not normally how people speedrun doesn't mean you can't speedrun that. Because, well, hey, it's convenient to be able to cut down on time if, well, actual real time is the concern. I would see no problem in this. When you learn Tiles of Mana, your first runs were 5+ hours. It is a long time to sit there and focus on going fast. It is indeed. What's your current best time now, Recodactylus? Also, have you tried the No Future mode, or whatever the difficulty is called? $328.52. That sounds pretty fast to me. Nice. I feel like it's kind of a shame I didn't get into the speedrun for that game, because it's a really nice game. It just didn't hook me enough for whatever reason. No, the changes don't sound fun to you. That's fair. That is fair. Ferris gained the level. Remake or original? I think we are talking about the remake here, since that's what Recodactylus runs. The original, I tried speedrunning that one at least, which I didn't with the remake. I just played the challenge run on the remake with solo character, low-level Angela. That was a mess, but also kind of fun. I like the remake for its legacy and how much they managed to get out of the Super Nintendo, but at the same time, I really don't like on how much of a pseudo turn-based game it ends up being, just because of the, well, lag really. Yeah. Honestly, that's kind of the main reason, well, not the main reason, but one of the big reasons why I started doing lore percents of, like, Seiken Densetsu 3, is because I couldn't really be bothered with trying to go and optimize my times and practice, because it's just not that fun. It just happens that it does have a really nice story that can be told as we play through it. Marcelox, or Marcelox, feel free to correct me, thank you. Welcome to you, thank you for subscribing, and well, glad you enjoy your stay. Many turtle shells. Oh, thank you, Blood. Yeah, the main reason why I don't do these often, or at least not anymore anyways, is they are very exhausting. Also, in case you're curious, there is different encounter sets near Karnak compared to where I'm currently running around now. And I think the encounter sets are actually more favorable for getting experience on average around here than near Karnak. Marsolo X, or just Marsolo. Alrighty, thank you Marsolo, I appreciate that. Has one of the all-time favorites. Nice. Yeah, Lufia 2 is just kind of as a standalone story. It's just amazing in all its ways. Especially if you don't know at the beginning of the original game, since Lufia 2 is a prequel. I would like to point out, we haven't missed yet with the boomerang, I don't think. Which is surprising. Maybe I just missed it. Nice. Good luck. Preemptive strike. These things, by the way, have 850 HP, so 3 attacks are just... oh, there's a miss. Just not quite enough to knock them out. So we need 4. 4 hits to be specific. They're expensive to get, yeah. And I don't think they are going to get any cheaper either. You got the SNES, Nintendo 64 and GameCube. Get Game Boy Player out of covering your floor. Nice. You haven't played Lufia or Lufia 2 yet. I personally recommend you play Lufia 2 first. Because it is a prequel, and that way the story is not just kind of, well, initially spoiled to, let's put it that way. If you end up playing it. Honestly, Lufia 2... it just has so many great aspects of it, I'm not even sure. I basically can't recommend it enough. I guess that's the short version. Nice. I do have the original PAL SNES somewhere around here too. But there's a lot of, like, consoles and games that are just not around anymore. Probably just gone somewhere after spring cleaning or something, I would guess. Just the nature of things. You just use the Super NT? Yeah, that makes sense to me. Honestly, like retro consoles like Super NT, or what was the other one? The Retro Arc based one? They make a lot of sense. I dare to say there's not much of a reason to use the original consoles unless you just like it that way or you want to speedrun, I suppose. Then again, it kind of depends on the game, because some speedruns may allow these other ones as well, because they allow emulators, so why not? Lufia 2 also has this guy. Wait. Oh, that's supposed to be the car. I didn't even realize that. I thought it was just a great emote. Makes sense though, considering the avatar. Is your 3DO? I actually don't know anything about the 3DO as a console. Hey, we got an elixir from a zoo. Nice. Does the 3DO have any particularly interesting games you could recommend? Because the 3DO to me is kind of like the TurboGrafx and like MSX. There might just be really interesting games on these systems, but I just don't know anything about them. Not really, most games got ported. I see. Hello, welcome to you, Cerulean Charts. Feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name if you'd like. I hope you have a nice day. Looks like the rabbit got spooked. Hell, a cyberpunk thriller. Lucian's Quest. You know, you could have left the T out of the quest, and I would have assumed that's actually the name, because that actually sounds like a pretty interesting name. Lucian Quest. One of the other reasons I actually want to grind before I get to or do the rest of the steamship is actually I will want to try and steal as many elixirs as possible from the Gygas enemies. And for that it's just gonna be more efficient if I have a higher level, so I can kill the sergeant quicker, so I can make up with as many elixirs as I can get. One of the few RPGs that 3DO got. You like using Retro's console? You were considering streaming on SNES. Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah. Personally, I don't really have much nostalgia for the hardware aspect of things. I'm just fascinated by the old games and their types of game design, or lack thereof in a lot of cases. So that's kind of what I'm mostly interested in. So I'm kind of lucky in that as I said, I don't really care about having the original thing. So just use a retro console that is a lot cheaper to acquire nowadays. Analog pocket to ship so you can play handheld screens on other game. Oh, on a larger screen. Yeah, that's good. And on the go. Nice. Let's see, Lucian's Trust. How does it look like? Ah. That has actually pretty interesting visuals. Is it any good? Reminds me a bit of... Oh, what was that game called? In the Sega collection. You know, that asymmetric one that is kind of the... following in the footsteps of Solstice. No, it's not the Equinox. The other one. Landstalker? I think it was Landstalker. This looks very interesting. I've never seen this before. It's ported to the Saturn in Japan only, and rebranded Sword and Sorcery. Interesting. Quite good, and does unique battle mechanics, but it's quite short. I would mind a shorter RPG once in a while. Interesting. I'm gonna keep it in mind. Curious, do you always use fairies for the one character stuff? No, we have done a bunch of runs with butts instead. At the end of the previous run, I let people decide whether they would like to see butts or fairies as the main character. Fairies tends to get chosen more because, well, fairies is awesome, I suppose. But yeah, that's just kind of the short version. Fairies does overall have a higher stat average. And agility tends to be more important than 1 point of strength. Not always, though. Yeah, originally I mostly played fairies because of the additional stats, like I started with a white mage fairies. Because that just seemed like the more intelligent choice overall for stat distribution. But over the course of time, it's more of a thing of, hey, what would you like to see? And then somebody chooses when they win the raffle. That's it. How different are the stats? So Butts gets +4 strength, which is the highest of any of the player characters. Fairies gets +3, so it's only 1 less. It can make a difference, but if it does make a difference, it's usually just kind of level up once more in order to make up the difference. Butts also gets +3 vitality, whereas Fairies only gets +2, so he has slightly higher maximum HP. Which, well, once again, it can make a difference. But the solution is, again, just level up once more, I suppose. Then... Fairies has +3 agility, which Butts has only +1. So she is 2 points of agility faster. And it just so happens that 1 or 2 points of agility actually can make a rather significant difference in terms of how quick you go compared to the enemy. Whether you get 1 or 2 turns before the enemy gets 2 turns before you, etc. And what's the last one? Magic Power. I believe Fairies gets +3? +2 or 3, I don't remember. Either way, she has more than Butts in that aspect as well. I think it's +3. By the way, we could very easily go ahead and take on the next boss already. But for the next boss I will want to use high potions rather than elixirs. So I would like to grind those out first, but also I would like to be able to steal attack before I do that too. So that's the main reasoning why I'm just grinding here until we get the thief level after the next one, I think it is. Which unfortunately, we mostly get just one ability point per encounter around here. These ones here, just one. It's kinda slow going on that front. Will eventually happen, just not particularly fast. Actually, I will probably just steal like 20 high potions and then we go with that. We don't even need 20. Like 10 is fine in order to defeat Liquid Flame and companions. So these things have about 190 HP, so even though I got the aging status effect, and it's ticking down my stats every time you see the A to B move here, we should still have just enough strength to one-shot them. Oh, okay, it's less than 190, it seems like more 180 I guess. It's not quite 200, that's all I know. I just realized as to why I always thought that the boomerang had a much higher chance to miss than it actually does. So the boomerang's chance to miss is only 5%, which is pretty acceptable. However, the reason why I always thought it had a higher chance to miss is Liquid Flame, the next boss we're gonna face, actually has evasion. The humanoid form has 20% evasion, the Hunt form has 10% evasion, and the Tornado form has actually 30% evasion, so that's a lot of evasion. And it just so happens that, well, daggers cut enemy evasion in half when you attack with them. So instead of missing 30% of the time with a dagger, you only miss 15% of the time. And the boomerang does not get that benefit. So that's why I always thought the boomerang had a much higher chance to miss. Yeah, Biblos has a decently high evasion, that is very true. Sandworm on the other hand does not. So that's that. Ifrit also has like 20%, I think. Your swords miss to see, or seem to miss a lot? Yeah, I definitely believe that. Alright, Ferris just learned Caution, which prevents back attacks, but since we innately have that already as a thief, it's kinda pointless for us to learn it as a solo character. However, the next level, 150 encounters from now, is going to be where we finally will master the ability to steal and attack at the same time, so we don't have to sacrifice a turn for stealing exclusively, which is gonna be nice. You know, as I said, this is basically going to be the best place to grind anyways. So is there any reason for me to not just go for 150 more encounters here before we go into the steamship? In fact, let me actually start kind of planning ahead. And the plan is going to be based on maximum HP. I want to have over 1,000 at the very least. What's a good number to reach? What will I have equipped against Biblos anyways? I think I'm actually not gonna have the green beret equipped, I will have the plumed hat instead. Maybe. Is this better experience than wolves? Yes. Wolves give a lot of money, but they don't give that much experience considering that you have to attack at least 5 times in order to win. And here you can get more experience for less attacks, on average anyways, plus a chance to drop elixirs from these zoo enemies. Alrighty, level 37 looks like an interesting level, but let's see what happens if I reduce the strength by 1. Actually, I will have the same agility, thanks to the thief suit. So yeah, agility is gonna be the same. But 28 strength, and actually it doesn't matter. My attack multiplier doesn't matter, because I'm gonna have my attack multiplier be 1 regardless. So it's literally just maximum HP. Trying to think. I need to be able to survive like 3 or 4 consecutive turns of Biblos, preferably more. And we don't have armor like the White Mage had. But how much maximum HP did the White Mage have? Because I remember it being kind of sketchy at times to survive as a White Mage. Then again, I mostly tried to rely on the healing rod. Let's see. Yeah, high potions do heal more than heal rod, especially since, well, we were level 1 with the White Mage as well. So that just kind of naturally took quite a while. Let's see, we're level 23. Yeah, I found it. Let's see how much damage Biblos does with his attacks on a White Mage. In the back row, the physical attacks. 72 with a regular physical attack. This is going to be like 150 on the thief, I guess. What about Wind Slash? 80, so it's more like 160. Does Biblos have a even or odd attack multiplier? 15, so it's actually going to be slightly more than that. Okay. Also need to hit the eagle here. Yes, because of Discord. Since we can't kill it before it effectively just completely denies us. Well, completely. Or, well, destroys us completely in terms of stats. Wind Slash is 220 damage. So we potentially need to survive Confusion into Wind Slash, into Wind Slash, which is like 500 plus probably some more damage, like 600. Should actually be reasonably doable overall. Curiously enough. Okay, what was my maximum HP as a white mage here? Okay, white mage maximum HP was 833 at level 28. But we also have had armor on the white mage, so that helps. So maybe we don't have to go as high as I thought we did. Like, I was going to go like level 37 initially. Let's see. Level 32 might be a good starting point. Level 32, maybe 33. At 33 we have 1106 maximum HP. So that could help a bunch. Yeah, let's just say we are roughly aiming for level 32 for now. So yeah, 32 is still going to take a while. Not nearly as long as the Berserker, to be fair, but that's kind of a weird comparison, isn't it? Oh well. Then your level aside from maximum HP doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly, one that is precisely accurate. No, I don't... Unless we're both missing something, I think that's pretty much it. Because the expectation is... So, here's the thing, we of course start the level at our... or the fight at our regular level, so we can get some attacks in beforehand. Oh, nice elixir. But it's really not going to make that big of a difference. It's just the... HP that is gonna be important. We will probably very quickly notice whether that is gonna be enough maximum HP or not. Probably, I don't really know. Hey Quadlight, hello! Welcome, I hope you're doing well. Oh. I guess this is probably the biggest annoyance here, if these Eagle choose the 1 in 3 chance to do the aging attack, and we don't get the 1 in 3 to dodge. What's that probability anyways? A 2 in 9 chance to get hit? That sounds about right, actually. You know, actually, I think what a good goal is for me is to see where we land after the 150 encounters to learn the attack steal, and then also consequently see where we land after getting 99 high potions. I just assume I need 99, I don't actually know. "99 high potions, each one healing 500, is basically 50,000 healing minus 500, 49,500 healing, which is a lot of healing. That's right. Yeah, that sounds about right. We miss. Miss is actually pretty bad here. Yep. There were some really annoying status effects in this game, ult and half level being the worst. Yeah. At least you can counteract aging status effect to a certain degree, like it's kind of obvious what is happening, and you can remove it. Well, you don't reverse the stat loss, but well, at least you can work something around it. But unless you specifically know what the chemist mixes do or how they work, you don't necessarily know that you can reverse the level half thing. It can be really mean, to say the least. Well, especially if you don't have a chemist either, then what are you gonna do? Well, that character might just be useless after one sonic wave that halves your level. Very much a thing. Plus, one of the worst things about it is too, that the chance to hit sonic wave is based on your level versus the enemy level, which means once you get hit once, it is significantly more likely you will get hit on subsequent attempts. Does that status from Bone Mail save you from those two status effects? It does save you from the aging status effect, it does not help against level half. So Bone Mail... So, fun fact, the Bone Mail Undead status doesn't prevent the aging status effect. The Bone Mail has separate status immunities that happen to make you immune to status effects. Like aging, confusion, berserk, blindness, poison. But the reason I'm saying it this way around is because the Necromancer as a job class is in fact straight up undead, and you do not get these nice immunities in the package. The only thing you get is the drain effects being reversed, and that's it. So you're still completely vulnerable to aging, berserk, blind, all these things. But yeah. Hey, yes, Grunt, welcome to you. I hope you're doing well. Me's. Nice, another elixir. That's pretty neat. I wonder whether we have to go for 150 battles. Already level 25. Well, I guess we don't have to, but let's just see how far we get once we reach 1000 HP, or how far away we are. Welcome to FF5, and thank you for the good luck. I hope you have a nice day so far. And, well, it's going to take a while until we need the luck, but it will certainly come in handy. We're just grinding here before the steamship because this is gonna be the best grinding spot regardless of what else we do. So might as well do it now. So the steamship is gonna be a bit easier, but more specifically it's gonna be faster to run out in the escape sequence. So we can get the, well, as many elixirs as possible. Yeah, that's nice. I'm doing quite fine, thank you. Hello! Welcome to you if that's it, however. I hope you have a nice day too. And hello, Manicat, good evening. Hope your day is going well so far. What tentacles? What a meanie. Does capture if double land still hit twice? Oh, that's actually an interesting question. I think no, actually. I actually think it does not. Because, from what I understand, the double lens is effectively just 100% chance to proc the second hit. That's all the double lens does, which is also why you can't enchant it with anything and it doesn't do other stuff. It's just kind of its own proc, so to speak. It just happens to be 100% of the time. And since if you use the capture ability with the chicken knife, we know it's not going to proc the flea. So consequently, it would just only make sense that it would not proc the double lance's second hit. I would guess anyways. I hadn't even considered that until now, that's an interesting point. Good morning to you, Plushie. I'm doing quite fine, thank you. I hope so do you. Just doing a little bit of grinding. Well, a lot bit of grinding, I suppose. Just getting the thief up into shape to tackle Biblos eventually. Which, well, this will take quite a long time actually. So, well, I'm just gonna continue grinding until we reach that point basically. That's the current goal. And I think I'm actually apparently going to go to the right side here. I think we should soon get into the territory to be able to one-shot the grass turtles, which is where this over here is gonna be slightly more efficient. Ooh. Leaps! Thank you! Hello! And enjoy your lurking. Thank you very much for 2 months with Twitch Prime, or Prime Gaming. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. And enjoy your lurking. Yay, grinding! Yep. Zoba's nice and laid back, and, well, don't really do a whole lot of. It's nice to just space out while doing this. Although I should probably check on whether there's like any encounter groups that give us more ability points while still giving decent experience. Because that might actually be useful. Let's see, grass turtle. Grass turtles, okay. Actually wanna be here. Metal dragon would be 2. 2 Vivens was 2 ability points. Ramu is 3, that doesn't count. One of the crude or steamship encounters is 2. All of encounters don't seem to be particularly worthwhile. How can those wolves stand on 1 foot all the time? Well... guess they're acrobats? I'm not sure. So what's the thief got going for it? So the thief is an excellent support class that has actually a lot of things going for it, except that it's not particularly good in dealing damage. So, what the thief has is the highest agility of any of the job classes in the game with a 40 baseline. Then on top of that, we never get back attacked ever, which is amazing. On top of that, we also... oh, still not a lot. On top of that, we also can steal from enemies, and there's a number of interesting items to steal, getting certain equipment and healing items early or easier than you would otherwise without a thief. Further, we have a guaranteed runaway ability, and I think that's pretty much it. The strength, unfortunately, is kind of subpar, especially for a melee character, or well, a strength-oriented character. Our damage output is rather weak for the most part. So not a whole lot is coming from that, so to speak. Has anyone ever compiled a list of the items that are worth stealing? Maybe not a list of items that are worth stealing, although I do think somebody actually mentioned that earlier. But there is a list of all enemies, what they have for steal, what they have for... when you capture and release them, and stuff like that. Usually just go to any boss battle and pray for steals. Yeah, bosses are usually interesting ones. Although, especially in the early stages of the game, you will want to have the rare steal from some bosses in order to have something particularly interesting. And yes, Titan is an interesting one, with the Gaia Hammer. That is actually a kind of a crazy good one. There's Lamias in the Ronka ruins that, if you want to use a dancer, the Lamia's Tiara is a rare steal. Which is amazing because, well, suddenly no more tempting tangos, but double the sword dances. And the Gore Chimera has a wind spear for steel, although it's not that impressive because you can buy it soon after in the first village in the World 2 for a dragoon. What else? There's probably a bunch more, but the thing is, while there's a few things that a thief can steal for itself, most of the items you steal for other characters. So as I said, thief is a really great support class, and thanks to the speed, then actually throwing around high potions is also pretty awesome. You actually steal most dragoon weapons early. Right, you also can steal a trident from an enemy, as well as you can steal a javelin from one of the bears. So, stuff like that. How much HP does a grass turtle have anyways? 250. Oh, actually we're kind of far away from a one-shot. That's gonna take a while. But then again, we don't get the aging status all the time, so it's more easy to just hold down the button. And yes, it is going to be very much of use. The twin lance is going to be a very important weapon to get early. Because it's just going to more than double the thief's damage output. It doesn't just attack twice, it also has really good attack power. Definitely very, very good. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's actually true for most enemies. Most enemies don't have anything particularly interesting to steal. It's actually, I dare to say, easier to go and say these ones in particular you want to steal from. Like the poltergeist in the steamship, their common steal is high potions well before you can ever reliably get high potions otherwise, so they are great. You also want to steal from the Gigas enemies in the Karnak escape because their common steal is elixirs. And you can just steal, run away, steal, run away, steal, run away really, really fast and amass like 40, 50, 60 elixirs very, very easily. Yeah, I mean, it's not that easy to get elixirs in this game, as much as it is still a 1 in 16 chance to get some. It's just in solo cactus at least. You just happen to specifically target them because you will need them. And yes, Zoo has a rare steal for an elixir, which is nice. But it's not that useful unfortunately for the most part, since... or until I get the capture ability where we actually get a chance to steal them. Another steal, for example, would be... there's a rare steal Flame Ring from Red Dragons in World 2. You can get one of the from the chest. You can steal a wall ring as a rare steal from a wall mage in XF's Castle in World 2. They don't have a common steal, so you can actually just put them to sleep and try stealing over and over and over again until it works, until you get the wall ring. Also, Carbuncles actually has 2 wall rings for both forms, there's one. So that's an easy way to get a common steal wall ring, for example. Also there's the Phoenix Tower encounters, which give you dancer equipment, and if you need money, those equipment pieces are pretty good too. Rare steal failure rate is weird if a monster doesn't have a common steal. Yeah, Then again, you wouldn't know whether it's just the 40 at the 60 or the 20% chance to naturally fail to steal, or whether it's actually the rare steal you tried to get but it didn't work because it doesn't have a rare steal. What level do you anticipate you will defeat X-Death? At the end of World 2 or the final boss? Because I haven't actually planned ahead of that far yet. I would guess it's like going to be level 60, 65-ish. Yeah, I would guess like 65 is probably a good ballpark to be in. Yagabot with old info. Oh, I didn't update this one, that's right. I forgot. You're no longer on the Black Mage. Is this drop? Well, I didn't make a drop hole for the next one yet, so... Just that too. Probably should make one. I have time. Yeah, if you notice that a command is outdated, then feel free to let me know, because I'm a doofus who doesn't realize, even though it constantly pops up in chat. Let's see. It's the old straw poll, isn't it? Yep, that's the old straw poll. We need to make a new one. Fine. Oh. Samurai. Gladiator. Yeah, I'm not gonna put the Necromancer 2.0 in there. Right, create poll. Changes, copy the link. I really need to target the eagle here first. This is why I'm in this area here, because this encounter has a grass turtle in it instead of 2 eagles, so less chance of getting aging status affected. Alright, I updated this thing, now I need to update the other one. Announcement thingy. Number 21. Leave in progress. And go to the next one. Alright, updated both the commands and also the announcement. So it should actually lead you to a new drop hole. Which, for anybody who hasn't seen this drop hole yet, because I literally just created it, so I would be very surprised if you've seen it. This is the next drop hole for the next Solar Character Challenge run, if you'd like to vote for it already. And Samurai is in the lead by 100%. Oh, never mind. It was just one vote for Samurai initially, and then people started voting. Alright, did I miss anything in chat? Time Mage Thief is a really fun pairing. Yeah, that makes sense. I like that too. What's the class you can finish with at the lowest level? You can finish with solo class? If you try to push for low level, Blue Mage is probably a strong contender. Actually, Chemistry is probably your way to go for low level, honestly. Because Chemist can buff itself into the stratosphere. So yeah, I would definitely say Chemist. Requires a bit of grinding to get the ingredients, but overall, you can finish it really, really early without leveling much. But it will still take a decent amount of time just to gather the ingredients. Well balanced, yeah. I mean, you need to know how to use it. That's the balance of the chemist. If you don't know how to use it, it's gonna be not that powerful. Honestly, I actually really like the chemist's ability to just make the potions have to double the effect. I think that's actually pretty powerful by itself. $243. Alright. That is not quite halfway there for ability points. As a kid playing this before the internet, you thought chemist was basically the worst class. Yeah, I believe it. That makes sense to me. Then again, Beastmaster I guess is easier to understand, but it's kind of a similar concept. Beastmaster is not that great unless you kind of know what you're doing or you just get sand bears. You don't need to know what you're doing for sand bears. Then again, maybe you figure out how broken powerful control is with the Beastmaster. That could help. You did not know this game existed till I saw someone streaming it on the Intent for Forge of Fiesta. Yeah, that's pretty much how I got to know about Final Fantasy V as well. I was not initially particularly interested in playing it, but at some point I somehow found the opening race to the Forge of Fiesta, and I just thought it was really amazing and fascinating. Oh, there's basically a race going on, but there's a lot of variety too in strategies, and they are just explaining on what's going on, what strategies they are using, kind of basically the speedrunner thing for a marathon type deal. And I thought that was pretty awesome, and then I tried it. I never had played through this game without any weird restrictions, I don't think. The closest I have played through this game without weird restrictions is the Final Fantasy Fiesta rule set, where you can't run away from encounters and have to do some extra tasks. I mean, I suppose. I suppose. Could have known that the number in between 4 and 6 does exist. but that's not quite what I was getting at, to be fair. It was odd one and back in the SNES era too, being the only one that didn't get translated. I mean, realistically, you only got Final Fantasy 1, 4 and 6. The 2 and 3 also kind of were out there, unless you somehow had a Famicom and knew Japanese. And yeah, that's true actually, Blue Mage is very much in the same camp as Chemist, in terms of how ridiculously powerful it is, if you know how to use it. And then to say, Blue Mage is actually more straightforward on how powerful it is than Chemist, because you don't have to worry about ingredients, you just need to get the things. Blue Mage is definitely really interesting. It's just, Final Fantasy 5 also happens to be the Final Fantasy I beat before any other. I had played Final Fantasy 6 before, and I played like Final Fantasy 1 on the phone at some point, but not particularly far to be fair. Imported the games and played through it in Japanese. Wow, nice. Yeah, we didn't exactly have that opportunity or option when I was younger, but makes sense to me. I played games that were in Japanese when I first discovered emulated. Like, I would just pick a random Super Nintendo ROM and just download and start playing it. And I played this weird dodgeball game, and it's actually quite intriguing and interesting. It's just strange, but pretty awesome too. Level 27 apparently we deal more damage to the Zeus. Or did I just not pay attention and I've been dealing 300 damage for a while now? How hard did you think the Solo Black Mage challenge was? Overall pretty easy. Black Mage is a glass cannon, but at the same time a glass cannon with AoE attacks, so it is really easy to just grind out a sufficient amount of levels to not be as squishy anymore. The ST dodgeball with Gundam, etc. Yeah, I also did not know about anything about Gundam, but yes, it's that one. I just played it and I had fun with it and it was great. I had no idea what I was doing. I somehow just kind of by trial and error started figuring out some stuff. It was really weird. Gundam Wing Endless Duel. Fantastic SNES fighter. Gundam Wing Endless Duel. Oh. It does look like it's just a fighting game, but with Gundams. Interesting. I also still remember playing fighting games on the Super Nintendo, specifically Mortal Kombat Ultimate. And the fun thing is, when you don't have a manual, and you just mash buttons until you suddenly do a move, and then you try to reproduce it. I remember spending hours and hours and hours and hours just trying to figure out moves with all possible characters. Some were easier to figure out than others, because it's like forward and one button. Others were significantly trickier. Have a Japanese friend who loaned you heaps of games. That sounds awesome. Nice. I like the shows, I like the game. Yeah, makes sense to me. I feel like there's probably a bunch more Japanese games that are just out there for like Super Nintendo era, and I just don't know about them because they're not quite as widely talked about. Like, people know about Live Alive or Bahamut Lagoon and stuff like that. Tales of Fantasia, Star Ocean for Super Nintendo. These are, well, RPGs. People love RPGs and go to great lengths to translate them and such. But I would guess there's probably not as much for, like, more obscure ones in there. Then again, I don't really know. I haven't exactly checked. Remake or remaster? Does it need a remake or remaster? The main reason why I'm asking that kind of question is because I feel like Secret of Mana could use a proper remake slash remaster, since the original is kind of buggy and a bit rough around the edges, actually very rough around the edges. Similarly with Seiken Densetsu 3, aka Trials of Mana. It's good in a lot of aspects, but it's very rough in actual gameplay, so having a proper remake slash remaster was amazing for it. I have played one story of Live Alive, the one where there's literally no text at all. It was kind of fun to just go through that. I think it's the caveman area, and that's pretty awesome. But then again, I haven't exactly done any combat in it, so... There were parts that required you to understand Japanese. Well, that makes sense. I think the way I would have played RPGs without knowing the languages, I would just talk to every NPC, walk in circles, talk to every NPC, and walk in circles again. Because I remember doing that for when I discovered the Tales of Fantasia ROM at the time. I was just walking in circles and talking to everybody until stuff finally happened, and then moved further. Thinking back, I had a lot of patience for that kind of stuff. Then again, I also use a turbo button and save states rather liberally. Gunman's Proof for the SNES. I've never heard of that one. Ooh. I will probably play Live Alive at some point, Pressure, so... I guess I'll see what that will be about. My initial impression was it's either like different time zones, or it's like a case of Secret of Evermore. Don't tell me what it is, by the way. Treasure of Rudras would be interesting, though. Extremely hard game to localize. Yeah, that sounds about right. It looks pretty intriguing. It's basically a Link to the Link to the Past Wild West clone? Right. Gunman's Proof. Never heard. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Looks interesting. Yeah, I can see the comparison there. Pretty strong resemblance. Nora homage? Probably. Cross Turtle doesn't like DVD. Something like that. It's supposed to be... Nah, it's a DVD. We're using it as a boomerang. It's a good weapon. It deals full damage from the back row with pretty good attack power. Thief only seems like it could be rough. We'll definitely need to grind a lot of levels. Yeah, so here's the thing. The Thief is rough overall, but the biggest problem we're actually facing, well, soon. Which is the entire reason I'm grinding up so high. I'm already level 28 before even really entering the steamship or doing anything in it. So, the problem is Biblos. The short version is, we can't kill Biblos without running him out of magic first. So we have to effectively grind up 99 high potions and, well, amass as many elixirs as we can along the way as well, in order to have a good shot at defeating that guy. Because running him out of magic is going to take literal hours, like 1 or 2 at least. In order to be able to accomplish that, we need to be able to survive for a long time, and in order to have a good shot at surviving, we need to have an appropriately high level. You're mostly wondering about how XDEF will go. Yeah. XDEF will be probably using the Bone Mill plus Angel Ring trick, and then get rid of the physical part as quick as possible. I think XDEF or Neo XDEF is gonna be relatively boring, honestly. You just keep your HP high enough to not die, and then you hit the enemy. It's actually relatively straightforward. I'm not sure how else to describe it, to be fair. But yeah, Biblos is, I have to say, the biggest hurdle in the entire run. There's not going to be anything quite like it. Maybe I'm underestimating a laser enemy or boss. That's entirely possible. Honestly, I'm mostly surprised on how long it takes to get this attack steal ability here. We still need 66 more ability points. That is literally 66 more encounters here. I think we are mostly fine from an HP standpoint, starting like level 31, 32 or something like that. but then I will still want to get the high potions, and well, my impression is just it's gonna be more efficient to get the high potions when I have the ability to attack and steal at the same time, so we also get experience from the encounters. Which I'm really not so sure about that anymore, because I think like we also could get the high potions reasonably quickly by just running away. We'll see. Do you think Omega / Shinryu would be possible as a solo thief? Seems like probably one of the worst jobs. Omega? No. Well, let's put it this way. Technically, you have a chance as a solo thief against Omega. But that's kind of the same technicality as basically any other class has. The chicken knife has enough attack power to deal damage, and it halves enemy evasion, which means you can't technically deal damage to Omega, which is kind of one of the big hurdles about it. But you will not deal much damage, and they will have to survive some incredibly strong counterattacks without having the ability to become immune to instant death of the circle kind, without having a chemist first. Which means the probability of succeeding is incredibly low. But I dare to say it's technically possible, just very, very unlikely. And the same goes basically for Shinryu. The biggest problem actually about Shinryu, I would say, is that you can't exactly enter with having haste. Because then you die. Wait, let me check something real quick. How much maximum HP do you get at level 99 with a thief? At level 99 you have 7406 HP. That is not enough to survive the tidal wave that Shinryu opens with, so you have to use a coral ring. Unless I'm missing something. But the problem is more of a concept that Shinryu will likely kill you well before, well, you get to deal any damage, because you're gonna be going once for every 3 turns Shinryu goes. So nah, I don't think Shinryu is reasonably possible either. Yeah, not in this case, Bulgroth. It's just Shinryu and Omega are kind of special cases because of their abilities. And tendency to just insta-kill or deal percentage-based damage. Yeah, you can't apply Berserk. And even if you could, Shinryu will go fast enough to not just kind of go 2 times at times for one of your turns. And you do not survive more than 1 attack with a Berserk Shinryu, even with a max level thief. He hits like a truck. Yeah, I suppose if you somehow manage to Berserk Shinryu, which I don't think the thief can in any capacity, feel free to prove me wrong, the Mirage Vest would only block 1 hit, and I don't think you go fast enough. Well, actually, as a thief you might with permanent haste to just defeat Shinryu. Maybe. It's kind of sketch. Either way, my favorite way of defeating Shinryu is having a zombie with a reflecting ring in your party and hiding a barge, and then you just wait. Like, you could go and get a coffee, do the laundry, and just generally do stuff for like 2 or 3 hours, and then you come back and Shinryu is defeated. Very easy. Just takes a long time. Reminds me of leaving my SNS on override with modifying grinding levels in the rapid stage in Final Fantasy 6. Ah yeah. I know about that one. Seems like a good thing to do to me. Unless you really want to max out the stats by having the appropriate espers equipped. You've done that, nice. Yeah, I mean, it's great. Especially since you have... what's his name? Bannon, who has an innate ability to heal everybody for a decent amount without even spending any MP, so very easy to do or set that up. It's great. You just don't get the additional stat points. But hey, who cares? You're really high level, you probably steamroll everything anyways. All the new characters start out so high. Ah, yeah, that's right, it does take the average of the characters, doesn't it? I forgot about that part too. If you kill Poltergeist while getting 99 high potions, you get an extra 13,365 experience or 37 zoo kills. Oh, interesting. That's not as much as I expected it to be. And to be honest, just steal and run away would probably be a lot faster. I think the only time I'm going to actually kill the Poltergeist is going to be when there's 2 Poltergeists and nothing else in the encounter. So I'm going to steal and run away from the others. The kerning on the grass turtle bugs you a lot. The kerning? What's that? Like the little light spots? There shouldn't be any in the top right of the thing. The sprite. Space in between the letters. Oh. Yeah, now that you mentioned it. The reason why it is like that, by the way, in case you're curious, is largely because they had to, for doing the fan translation, they of course had to somehow save space, and the TL is one of the double letters that they ended up implementing. So TL is actually one character in theory. So they kind of had to somehow figure out what they are the most reasonable letters to like consolidate, what are the most common ones, so they can have them in text and take up less actual like memory space. So it makes sense for that. It is a fan translation after all, so yeah. Oh, thief, indeed. Hey, Vijay, welcome. I hope you have a nice day today. At least it's not grass turtle. Yeah, that would be the alternative, basically. Are there any interesting things to steal? You don't remember how to steal this in Final Fantasy 5. One of the interesting steals is already over. We were able to get a Mythril Dagger before Galura, which helped a bunch in knocking that one out. There's going to be a double lance at the beginning of World 2, and we can get high potions very early on by stealing them from Poltergeists. But for the most part, other than that, there's not a whole lot else to steal. There's a bunch of enemies that have... oh yeah, the Gigas in the Elven Cape have a common steel elixir, and the zoos have a rare steel of elixirs, so in theory, there's a bunch of things that can be useful. But a lot of things you would want to steal is more useful for other characters, so it's not inherently useful for the thief itself. So yeah, right now we're just grinding because we will have to have a sufficiently high level for Biblos anyways, and I decided the best way to do so is by grinding around here, because I think that is the best experience overall at this stage of the game, even, well, after we get to Biblos for that matter. Especially since we don't have to worry about nasty side effects like poison or blind all the time, which is the problem in other areas. Also, these enemies here don't deal that much damage, plus the zoos always have a chance to drop us elixirs, which is kind of a nice addition. So once I get the capture ability, steal and attack at the same time, I'm gonna go into the steamship, get 99 high potions, and then we're finally going to move on. Well, at least for now. Might not happen today anymore, because that's still quite the time investment. Then again, it would be kind of nice to get up to Biblos. Even though I'm definitely not going to, well, defeat Biblos today. Plus, I'm not even sure whether level 32 is going to be sufficient. He might just have too many combos that could just outright kill us at just 1100 HP. You don't usually grind here, right? It's usually dark matter enemies. It really depends on which character class we have, because in this case the main problem is that we couldn't even get to these black flames or the prototypes or anything like that, because we don't get access to the boat until after you defeat Biblos, and Biblos just happens to be the big roadblock here that we need to get past. We have to get high enough level to have high enough maximum HP to effectively outlast Biblos MP pool to defeat him with like 30 to 40 damage per attack. Actually, it's gonna be less than that. It's gonna be like 10 to 20 attack. He has 3600 HP. A lot more grinding to do then, to an extent, yes. Okay, more potions. I wonder how much money we have in by now. We can also sell all the turtle shells. We have 97 turtle shells, which is over 7,000 monies in return. So yeah, we actually already have enough money for a flame ring, which is certainly not something we're going to be buying. We could also reasonably try to get an angel ring, maybe? Yeah, we've been in the steamship. We basically made a quick trip to grab the boomerang from in there, so we can sit in the back row with really high attack power and decent accuracy to just knock out the enemies here. Are you thinking of the wrong item? Maybe. The Thief's Glove allows you to increase your chance to steal by, well, from 40% to 80%. It literally doubles your chance to steal. That's what it does, at least in this game. Yeah, the steamship has it in that one chest in the center, where we have to drop down to. What's the elixir count at? Well, let's see. Elixir count is at 8, so not that terribly high. We actually got up to 12 in after the very first grind to defeat Carloboss. We got really lucky there, but we also had to use a lot in order to get to this point here. So we were down to like 1. Now we're back up to 8, so we did get a bunch from the zoos already, so that's nice. But our elixir count is going to hopefully skyrocket after we clear the steamship and Karnak Castle escape. Because we're gonna steal from the Gyga's enemies, run away, steal from Gyga's enemy, run away, steal from Gyga's enemy, run away. That's gonna be the plan. What levels are hash potions for Biblos? I'm aiming for 99 high potions. I don't really know how many we will need, but I'm basically getting 99 high potions and as many elixirs as I can get along the way. And in order to get the high potions, what I plan on doing is I'm effectively grinding until we unlock the steel attack ability. That's when we go and grab the high potions, which also simultaneously gives me some more levels along the way. The current goal level at least would be like 32, which gives me like 1100 maximum HP. I don't know how much we need really. That's gonna be my initial goal. It could be a bit low, could be just fine, I don't know. rate is definitely not bad, indeed. Ooh, more elixirs. Looks like we're up to 9. Do you ever consult Sola's write-ups from planning? Yes, actually. I have both found decent improvements in various solo challenges as well as consulting them. For me, it's less about figuring out everything myself, and more about coming up with the best plan possible in the end. So I do also go for more a time-based approach, like real time. It's also don't use emulator speed up, I think, optimizing how much time you spend grinding and also where you grind in order to optimize time. This kind of makes more sense to me, which is a bit of a different approach that Sola has. Sola mainly just killed stuff along the way because it was more interesting that way, but also it made liberal use of the speed up, which I both respect. And it definitely gives nice pointers as to what possible target levels could be. Sola's Thief was level 37 when taking down Biblos. But I think we can just go with like 1100 HP. Which may be a little too low, I don't know. Time will tell. I mean, basically, the entire reason why I even started the solo challenges in the first place is because I saw T-Hawk's White Mage solo challenge, and I was just wondering in various parts, I wonder whether I can come up with better strategies. Some parts yes, some parts no. That's kind of basically part of the appeal to me, to be able to just figure out these things as we go. Trying to be optimal. Just kind of trying to use the entire game knowledge as we kind of figure out more stuff. I guess at this point the only thing I don't necessarily optimize anymore is which solo character I pick. Because to be fair, it would be mostly fairies rather than butts, but I just let people choose. If they want to see butts as a dancer, I'm perfectly fine with that. Sounds good to me. Also, we actually deal less damage than we did in the previous level because of losing the attack multiplier of, well, the boomerang. The boomerang has the same attack formula as a dagger, but not the same 2 chance to hit formula. They are separate. So, well, we don't quite 3-shot the zoos anymore, unfortunately. Are all thief weapons multiplied bugged except the chicken knife? Well... the answer is technically yes. There is one other dagger, but the thief cannot equip it that is not bugged, and that is the man-eater dagger. Which is why I say technically yes, it's not a thief weapon. But it is a dagger. Oh, nice elixirs. And it's worth noting. Dual lens could possibly be an exception. That's actually an interesting point. I don't think it is. No, I'm pretty sure it is not, because it is classified as a boomerang type weapon. So it should have the same damage formula. I don't think it is, but a fair point. Let's see, statue drops double lens. And we go to double lens. 61 attack power, uses attack damage, reduces damage formula 3-3. The same as a partisan? Wait, it's a spear? Ah, yeah, it is actually a classic move. It is classified as a spear. Which also consequently means that it does not take agility into account at all. So in a sense, the double lens attack damage formula is not bugged. It just doesn't include agility at all, so we don't get the additional bonus. And it does give bonus to jump damage, indeed. Does the jump proc the 2 attacks? I would guess the jump overrides the 2 attacks, because it also doesn't proc chicken knife attacks when you do jumps. So basically you just get normal damage as if you were to attack with a jump from the double lens. Just double damage from 1 attack rather than 2. Also guaranteed to hit for that matter. That's interesting, I forgot about this. I'm pretty sure I knew about that at some point, but I just didn't remember. Yeah, you're definitely correct, classics move. Would banana strength and armor boost damage significantly? Yes. It does that with daggers too, to be fair. Like, daggers do also, well, mainly scale off of strength. So anything that raises strength is going to improve my damage overall by quite a decent margin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure jump does not proc the double attack. Because jump just overrides procs in the first place, since you can use jump in order to not trigger the chicken knife runaway effect. What do we do with the dragoon? How early did I do the dragoon solo challenge, I wonder? Let's see, dragoon was actually the second one, right after the white mage. I was just thinking, dragoon was, I remember dragoon being one of the more interesting challenges because you could just jump over very dangerous turns of enemies that have like a death claw or condemn turns, etc. on next F as well. If you just time it properly, you would be able to completely negate those turns, which is great. And I like the bard. Although the bard strategy was fun. I like that. Time for you to go. Take care, Blood. Thank you for dropping by, and I wish you good night. Or good evening. But yeah, either way, strength, armor, bandana, powering, all of these do boost the damage output of the thief by quite a decent margin. We're not gonna use the power ring. I guess we can use it on Atmos, but for the most part we're not gonna use the power ring because, well, we do want to have the Elf Cape or some other equipment instead usually. Bye! Did I just do that? I did just do that. Oh well. Big derp. Wait. Alright. I'm curious how close we are. Does the reputation degrade over time, or is it fixed? It should not degrade over time, I don't think. Although, when people reported that suddenly they had less/more. Although it shouldn't be. Emphasis on shouldn't. Actually kind of weird. For the longest time we just reshot the Zeus reliably, and now it is back to 4 attacks. So strange. Level 30. And 22 more battles until we get our attack steal thing. Honestly, I actually like this place here better than the East. The East has less eagle battles, which is why I kind of preferred it initially. But considering that we don't one-shot the turtles, I think this here actually might be better. Especially since there's more Zeus, more chances for elixirs too. So that would probably help. The rabbi finds an old man in the food box. He looks very confused. What? How did I get here? Oh hey, little boy. You want some crackers? I have crackers. I always have crackers. I do have crackers. How did I get here? Grump. Uh-oh. All the commands. Hey Jerson, welcome to you. I hope you have a nice day so far. I have to admit, when I started today I didn't exactly expect to finish the grind. Because I figured it's gonna take at least 2 sessions for that. But it is actually going by a fair bit faster than anticipated. Then again, I still haven't even started the high potions. So yeah. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Once I get the steel attack, I'm going to take a short break, like 2 to 3 minutes, just get up and stretch, and then we are actually going to just complete the steamship. We can go back into the steamship afterwards, that's not a problem, but we are not missing out on the high potions. I'm just going to complete the steamship, and that's gonna be the session for today. And I'm going to try and figure out numbers. Because I'm actually really curious how likely it would be to survive certain Carloboss attacks. But that also strongly depends on what kind of sequence of moves he uses. So I'm kinda curious what would be the most dangerous sequence of moves he could use in order for me to get just straight up knocked out, and how much maximum HP I would want to have in order to avoid that occurrence, most likely anyways. That's gonna be my idea. Yeah, that is 14 more battles. I wonder when I get my attack multiplier back. Because right now, level 29, I lost it, I think. So I would guess it's like level 33 where I get it back. Let's see. Alright, level 30... yeah, 29 it was. 32 is actually when I get my attack multiplier back. In fact, I get both an attack multiplier from strength as well as agility. That's fine, we don't need that attack multiplier for Liquid Flame, it's gonna be easy enough anyways. We could have taken out Liquid Flame like 10 levels ago probably without too much trouble. Maybe 10 is a bit of a stretch. 8 levels ago certainly. Actually no, 10 is perfectly fine. probably would use some high potions though. It actually means at level 32 I will be able to one-shot the grass turtles. Probably anyways. Might not be always enough. On an average it should be sufficient. Which considering that... Wait, no. It's not using the dagger formula, we determined that. It's using the spear formula. With the dagger formula, and you would know that it would be like a 50-50 if on average I kill the thing. I don't know how exactly that's going to work if it's like a different formula that uses like the base weapon damage divided by 8 for a plus to the base attack variability. Oh well. Honestly, I think the biggest surprise today was just being able to defeat Carloboss as seemingly easy as it was. Sure, I needed to get a little bit lucky, and I did get lucky reasonably quickly, but the biggest surprise really was that I got 2 turns after being able to get up from a stun, which is kind of 2 turns consecutively. That is actually kind of a huge deal, because that's literally an additional turn that the thief gets that no other class gets. Well, to be specific, Thief Ferris. I don't think Butts would have gotten a double turn. Then even only Ferris if Carloboss rolled low on the speed value. Quite interesting to think about. We got past Carloboss fast. I guess Sonic is not too far-fetched, is it? Even though Sonic is kind of sleeping on the floor right now. Hey, also Ferris gained another level, just to 31, almost 1000 HP. And we are only 5 battles away. Almost there. Wait, she's actually dealing more damage now? Oh yeah, it's not using the dagger formula, is it? Wait, that still doesn't make sense. I don't have Trident formula in here. I guess it would be the same, similar to swords. Okay, I have no idea when my attack multipliers are gonna be. Apparently we just get one. Actually, that doesn't make sense then, if it doesn't have the dagger bug. Oh wait. I'm confusing double lens and boomerangs here. I'm a doofus. Never mind. Ignore me. Either way, we defeat Zeus in 3 attacks again. Think it's one more battle? I was wrong. One more battle now. And now we finally have acquired the ability to capture, steal treasure and attack simultaneously. Right, we are the treasure hunter, not a... Sure, we can go with that. Alrighty, in this case... I'm gonna briefly restock on potions. Then we're gonna take a short break, 2 or 3 minutes. And then it is time for the steamship and Karnak escape. As mentioned before, we did not need to do the grind for our steamship or Karnak escape. We could have done this like, yeah, about 10 levels ago, reasonably. This was literally just to prepare for Biblos, and doing this now is going to be a nice little break in between grinds. So, we're going to be running through here in just a moment, so be right back. Also, hey Profness, welcome, I hope you're doing well. 2 sun fighting? That was a stretch. Maybe. Alrighty, I'm back. I suppose you could creatively rearrange it. Sun, Zoo, the art of fighting. But we don't have the sun disk yet. It's the moon disk. Or the moon meringue. I forget what it's called. The full moon it's called. Alrighty, let's get this going. Also, do I have to? Yeah, okay, I want to have the Thieves Glove equipped here, so in case we run into the full lunatic grind? Maybe. So in case we run into these poltergeists, we want to capture their high potions. I want to get at least 10 high potions before going to Liquid Flame, but then we are gonna go ahead and tackle Liquid Flame right after. The most common spot to find poltergeists is coming up in just a little moment. This room here is the easiest place to grind for poltergeist because there's a poltergeist guaranteed in every single one of these encounters. So this is going to help us, well, speed up the process here by, well, a fair bit. Let me rearrange my inventory real quick a little bit. Just a little bit. And I don't need softs probably forever. And there's my high potions. There they are. Okay, 5 more high potions. So we're gonna get at least 5 more encounters, maybe more. High potions. The Tixburn Library. I guess another big surprise was on how much physical defense the Thieves Glove actually provides. Is there an encounter with 2 poltergeists? I thought there was. High potion. There we go, and this gives us 285 experience. Not particularly amazing, honestly. We need all 99 high potions from stealing them for 4 beetles. Yes. Well, that's the plan. I don't know whether I need it, but that's gonna be my plan on what I want to do. I have no idea how much resources I exactly need for Biblos, but since it is going to be a relatively quick process to get 99 high potions, I will want to do that before getting to Biblos. Because I don't want to be like 1 hour into the Biblos encounter and then realize that, well, I don't quite have enough resources to finish it. That's kind of the biggest worry about that, so I'd rather be over-prepared, so to speak. Also, let me do something real quick. Whoop. Whoop. Alright, now suddenly the capture card is wider. I don't know why it does that after a certain amount of time if I just reset it, but that is also kind of what the thing is adjusted for, the width of the screen. Oh, that's confusion. That's not good. We're running away. Ferris was already facing the correct direction. I did not realize that these poltergeists actually use confusion. That sounds very dangerous. I would prefer not to fight them. I thought there were encounters with just poltergeists. Maybe not. In that case, I'm just gonna steal and run away, I guess. Because that makes the most sense. How many do I have? 10. Wait. That was elixirs. I have 12 high potions. Alrighty. Let's go and visit Liquid Flame, shall we? Also, by the way, I'd like to point out, these doors look like penguins. Penguin face doors. I don't know why you would necessarily install penguin face doors, but I'm okay with that. I don't mind. I use a StarTech HDMI capture. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's a defeater. We run away. We get the elixir. Okay, now we can't unsee that. That's what most people seem to say. Look at this glorious penguin. It even has its claws out left and right from this one. Also, if you look at the bottom outline of the door, that kind of looks like two teeth and a gigantic maw sticking out. So, a bit of a weird penguin. Alright. We're gonna equip the Elf Cape so we have physical dodge capabilities. Aside from that, you know what? Physical defense is not gonna be as important as just dealing more damage. Then again, I don't actually know whether to deal any more damage with this weapon. That's fine, let's just go. Welcome to Liquid Flame. None of the forms have anything for steel, but depending on which form we kill, we get different drops. So Liquid Flame has a total of 3000 HP, and it has 3 different forms. The initial form is the humanoid form. When we attack it, it will counterattack with flame, which will deal about 250 damage to us because that's 25% of my maximum health. So, we just want to hit it, and every time I hit, it's going to change form. And this time, it is going to change into tornado form. That's perfect, because that's what I want first. So the tornado form, all it does is going to cast Fire 2 on itself. Which means it's gonna heal a bunch. And since it does keep its ATB, even if the tornado form is not active, at some point, even if I manage to just avoid the tornado form getting its health back by attacking it before it can do that, well, at some point it will probably get it anyway. So we're just gonna run it on magic. It's only going to have 5 spellcasts available if I'm not mistaken, and then it's gonna be out of magic already. And I can just take it easy and heal myself with regular potions, because there's no hurry for me to do anything else until it's out of magic. So, the tornado form will counterattack with an ability called Magnet, which puts me into the front row, I think. If I hit. So, that's 1 hit, 342 damage. Okay, the Magnet didn't hit. And there's the humanoid form again. It has the ability to use Rush, which is just a physical attack, not particularly strong, but it could also use Flame just as a natural ability, which once again is about 250 damage, so it's a lot of damage to say the least. Wow, 2 misses with the boomerang. It does have 20% evasion, plus we have a 5% chance to miss with a boomerang, so there's that. There's the Flame, and there's the tornado again. Alright. I could just go ahead and not worry about using regular potions, and I just use high potions. But you know, we have high potions for a reason. They're pretty easy to get here. Alrighty, that was attack number 2. Let's land attack number 3. So tornado form, by the way, has 30% evasion, so even more than the humanoid form. We could use a dagger instead in order to cut down the evasion, but the boomerang just deals so much more damage, it's not really worth it. Attack number 4. And we have the hand form. Alright. The hand form mainly attacks with physical attacks, and it will counterattack with Fire 2 on me. So that's about 300 damage or so. It does have the least amount of evasion of the form, so there's that too. And I would prefer if it turned back into the tornado form here, because that way I would be able to heal up in relative safety. The hand form also has an attack that can simultaneously paralyze me, so I need to be a little bit careful about that. That was attack number 6. We need a total of 9 to 10 attacks in order to defeat this thing. Probably 10. Number 7. Here's going to be number 8. Oh yeah, we have physical evasion sometimes. 1 in 3 chance. Number 8. And his next attack could be the final one. In theory, if I rolled high enough. But I'm not sure about that. I didn't keep track that precisely. Nope, it's not enough. One more attack will do the trick. And... let's see whether we hit. Hey, we did hit. Tornado form didn't dodge a single time. How convenient. And that's Liquid Flame. If you know that you can just heal in peace during the tornado form, it's actually a reasonably easy encounter once you run it out of magic in that form. And the results are more pen. Nice, Ricodactylus. Alrighty. Now, what I want to do is I want to equip basically stuff I'm gonna use in the next section. Thief's Glove for better steal chance. And I'm also going to equip the Flee ability, or Escape, so I can run away properly. And that's gonna be my loadout. Alrighty, now we get a bit of a cutscene, and then we have to escape from Karnak Castle. So, there's gonna be a 10-minute timer. Well, saying minutes is a bit strange, because it's clearly slower in seconds, but hey, who's counting? Either way, what if the timer hits 0, we game over. Dead. Nothing left. So what we wanna do is actually 2 things. There's exactly 2 priorities for us. One is we want to get the Guardian Dagger. That is a weapon, a dagger, that has a 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks from enemies, which is amazing. On top of that, we also want to steal elixirs. So there is going to be enemies in these encounters that are called Gygas. And Gygas have a common steal elixir. So what we wanna do is we wanna steal an elixir from a Gygas, run away. Steal an elixir from a Gygas, run away. And just kind of repeat that basically until we're all the way gone. And have a ton of elixirs on top of it. If you actually open up the chest and fight the Gygas and defeat them, you actually get... well, also elixirs from the chest itself, but you might as well just steal them from the Gygas instead and run away. The thing is, normally running away from these Gygas enemies is really difficult, like it takes a long time to successfully do so, but thanks to the guaranteed flee ability, once we get our second turn, we will be able to run away. So, yeah. Normally, for other solo classes, you don't have the Elf Cape yet. There's an Elf Cape here on the other tower that I'm not going to visit. Also, there is various mage types encounters that have interesting steals with the Mage Masher. So basically, you can get a Mage Masher early. But unfortunately, it's not nearly as good as the other weapons. Well, that's in theory anyways. And Plushie, thank you for the gift sub. That's really kind of you. Thank you very much. Alrighty. The goal is to snatch as many elixirs as I can. I'm gonna try and cut it pretty close to the timer. I don't even know how much time we need in order to defeat the boss at the end. It should be relatively easy. I'm even going to ignore the money. So there's actually chests that only contain money, and I don't have to worry about anything else. But we are really not worried about money. Also, these guys, normally ridiculously difficult to run away from, but thanks to the escape ability, really easy. Apparently going left hand side is slightly faster here, but maybe that's only when the castle is still in its normal state. I don't remember. There's also a bunch of other chests that I'm ignoring. So yeah. Wow, the encounter rate is really low around here. So the fact that we get more than one encounter is very unusual. I guess I'm grabbing the 1000 gil here anyways. Alright, here's an encounter. Of course it is guarded as well. Steel elixir. Now the thing is, these sorcerers are gonna be mildly dangerous. So I should try to take them out first. This is the chest I actually want to... Ooh, that's not good. Ow. That reduces my attack power by a tremendous amount. Like not to have that. So I'm gonna use a Maiden's Kiss. Potion back up to full health. I'm actually trying to win this fight. Hey, that's what I was looking for. I wanted to get the single Gygas enemy in this encounter here in order to be able to defeat or complete it as quick as possible. Because it's kind of an uncommon encounter to see a single Gygas rather than Gygas plus Wolf plus the Sorcerer. And here we have it already. This is basically the weapon I absolutely want. No questions asked, no thank you to anything else. So we get a Guardian Dagger. Up to full. Equip the Guardian Dagger for physical evasion, and now we go to a chest that guaranteed only has a single Gygas enemy as the encounter. Oops, don't do that. Yes, there is a ribbon in the escape. And if you leave the first room, it's on the left side, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Really? Go away. I'm running away before you do. Okay, that was the wrong count, the wrong chest. It's this one down here. A little bit out of the way. Deal. Elixir. I'm also just holding L and R down in order to try and naturally run away, but the chances for that are very low. So my best bet is basically just to get my second turn and then run away. But yeah, this is how we get elixirs. A bunch. I don't know how many we will be able to get. If you have 2 characters in your party, you can have the first thief just steal, and the second one runs away. So this is way faster than me having to wait for an additional entire turn here. Couldn't steal. We do stay in the encounter if we can't steal and just try to get it afterwards. We do have an 80% chance of success of stealing an elixir, minus whatever the chance is for the rare steal. Thief power! Free elixir! Yep, pretty much. Basically, if you're so inclined, you are effectively covered for the rest of the game with elixirs if you do this strategy here efficiently with at least 2 characters. So, how low can I go? 1 minute on a timer? Do you think we can still get out if there's only 1 minute left? $10 seconds per success, plus 9 seconds per fail. Interesting. Oh, I probably should heal sometime. I didn't check my HP. The timer keeps running while you're in the menu, by the way. Hey, we actually naturally ran away. That's unusual. Which is convenient because then I can just hold down the A button here in the menu. But we basically rob this guy over and over again. That's kind of the short version. Yeah, I'll probably want to go and heal again after the next era. Oh, I think I finally understand your name. Mad Ewok Herd, isn't it? I was always wondering, Maid Wok Herd? Because I think an Ewok is a thing, right? I'm not sure. Did anybody see how many elixirs I had? Because I didn't pay attention. Couldn't steal. Like 24 elixirs so far. Okay, good to know. Alright, I say we are going to go downstairs at 1 minute 40. Definitely the grind before helped that I don't have to heal quite as frequently here, so that's nice. Of all the times, by the way, we've only managed to naturally run away once so far. Couldn't steal. Ow. He's just giving me the elbow. Rude. Then again, to be fair, it feels like his elbow should hurt a lot more than a little gust of wind. Based on this guy's build. He looks ripped. Oh wow, he even ran away before he attacked there. Nice. Second natural runaway. Alright. Couldn't steal. Hero 2. We run. I'm gonna heal. Elixirs now. 41. That's just with one thief. You can do this way faster with two. Alright. Couldn't steal. Alright, this is gonna be the last one we try to steal from. And we run outside. That's okay. I don't think I'm worried about taking damage from the wolves. Let's see. When did I start running outside? I don't remember. Oh shoot, I have the wrong weapon equipped. I should have healed. Oh, never mind. How much is negligible? Few minutes. Oh dear, this actually might be pretty tight here. Especially since I used the wrong weapon there. It should be fine. I get a double turn now. I forgot that music speeds up on the last minute. I completely forgot. Alright, now the necks are going to run away. Okay, we could have been cheeky and get like 2 more elixirs here. Alrighty, success. We got away with like 30 additional elixirs here. Okay, our grand total is now 42 elixirs. It's pretty good, I dare to say. Pretty good. And we still need to go ahead and grab some more high potions. But yeah, overall that worked out pretty well. Nice. Okay, everybody. As mentioned before, I think this is it for now. Next time we're gonna farm 99 elixirs, get to level 32, and then we see where we land against Biblos. Could be that we are gonna be a little bit under-leveled, but I feel like we're gonna notice that sometime. It's gonna be a lengthy battle and fight until we defeat him. A really lengthy one. It's actually going to be faster than the White Mage, because as the White Mage we literally just waited until he was entirely out of magic, because it was mathematically faster to wait than giving him armor. With the Thief, what we're gonna do is we actually have more healing, ironically enough, and more maximum HP. So what we can do is we can run him out of magic way faster by repeatedly attacking, making him cast armor on himself, and eventually repeatedly cast Drain, which also costs a lot of MP for him. So we will drain him out of magic a lot quicker and already bring him down to around 800-ish HP. So at least that's the current plan. So everybody, thank you so much for watching, for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night.